Chapter 8 of Partial Portraits by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Chapter 8 Guy de Maupassant. Section 1. The first artists in any line are doubtless not those whose general ideas about their art are most often on their lips, those who most abound in precept, apology, and formula, and can best tell us the reasons and the philosophy of things. We know the first usually by their energetic practice, the constancy with which they apply their principles, and the serenity with which they leave us to hunt for their secret in the illustration, the concrete example. None the less, it often happens that a valid artist utters his mystery, flashes upon us for a moment the light by which he works, shows us the rule by which he holds it just that he should be measured. This accident is happiest, I think, when it is soonest over. The shortest explanations of the products of genius are the best, and there is many a creator of living figures whose friends, however full of faith in his inspiration, will do well to pray for him when he sallies forth into the dim wilderness of theory. The doctrine is apt to be so much less inspired than the work. The work is often so much more intelligent than the doctrine. Monsieur Guy de Maupassant has lately traversed with a firm and rapid step a literary crisis of this kind. He has clambered safely up the bank at the further end of the morass. If he has relieved himself in the preface to Pierre et Jean, the last published of his tales, he has also rendered a service to his friends. He has not only come home in a recognizable plight, escaping gross disaster with a success which even his extreme good sense was far from making in advance a matter of course, but he has expressed in intelligible terms, that by itself is a ground of felicitation, his most general idea, his own sense of his direction. He has arranged, as it were, the light in which he wishes to sit. If it is a question of attempting, under however many disadvantages, a sketch of him, the critic's business therefore is simplified. There will be no difficulty in placing him, for he himself has chosen the spot. He has made the chalk mark on the floor. I may as well say at once that in dissertation Monsieur de Maupassant does not write with his best pen. The philosopher in his composition is perceptibly inferior to the story-teller. I would rather have written half a page of Boule de Suif than the whole of the introduction to Flaubert's Letters to Madame Sand, and his little disquisition on the novel in general, attached to that particular example of it which he has just put forth, is considerably less to the point than the masterpiece which it ushers in. In short, as a commentator, Monsieur de Maupassant is slightly common, while as an artist he is wonderfully rare. Of course we must, in judging a writer, take one thing with another, and if I could make up my mind that Monsieur de Maupassant is weak in theory, it would almost make me like him better, render him more approachable, give him the touch of softness that he lacks, and show us a human flaw. The most general quality of the author of La Maison Tellier and Bel Ami, the impression that remains last after the others have been accounted for, is an essential hardness, hardness of form, hardness of nature, and it would put us more at ease to find that if the fact with him, the fact of execution, is so extraordinarily definite and adequate, his explanations after it were a little vague and sentimental. But I am not sure that he must even be held foolish to have noticed the race of critics. He is, at any rate, so much less foolish than several of that fraternity. He has said his say concisely, and as if he were saying it once for all. In fine, his readers must be grateful to him for such a passage as that, in which he remarks that whereas the public at large very legitimately says to a writer, "Console me, amuse me, terrify me, make me cry, make me dream, or make me think," what the sincere critic says is, "Make me something fine in the form that shall suit you best, according to your temperament." This seems to me to put into a nutshell the whole question of the different classes of fiction, concerning which there has recently been so much discourse. There are simply as many different kinds as there are persons practicing the art. For if a picture, a tale, or a novel be a direct impression of life, and that surely constitutes its interest and value, the impression will vary according to the plate that takes it, the particular structure and mixture of the recipient. I am not sure that I know what M. de Maupassant means when he says, "The critic shall appreciate the result only according to the nature of the effort. He has no right to concern himself with tendencies." The second clause of that observation strikes me as rather in the air, thanks to the vagueness of the last word. But our author adds to the definiteness of his contention when he goes on to say that any form of the novel is simply a vision of the world from the standpoint of a person constituted after a certain fashion, and that it is therefore absurd to say that there is, for the novelist's use, only one reality of things. This seems to me commendable, not as a flight of metaphysics hovering over bottomless gulfs of controversy, but, on the contrary, as a just indication of the vanity of certain dogmatisms. The particular way we see the world is our particular illusion about it, says M. de Maupassant. And this illusion fits itself to our organs and senses. Our receptive vessel becomes the furniture of our little plot of the universal consciousness. How childish, moreover, to believe in reality, since we each carry our own in our thought and in our organs. Our eyes, our ears, our sense of smell, of taste, differing from one person to another, create as many truths as there are men upon earth. And our minds, taking instruction from these organs so diversely impressed, understand, analyze, judge, as if each of us belonged to a different race. Each one of us, therefore, forms for himself an illusion of the world, which is the illusion poetic, or sentimental, or joyous, or melancholy, or unclean, or dismal, according to his nature. And the writer has no other mission than to reproduce faithfully this illusion, with all the contrivances of art that he has learned and has at his command. The illusion of beauty, which is a human convention; the illusion of ugliness, which is a changing opinion; the illusion of truth, which is never immutable; the illusion of the ignoble, which attracts so many. The great artists are those who make humanity accept their particular illusion. Let us therefore not get angry with any one theory, since every theory is the generalized expression of a temperament asking itself questions." What is interesting in this is not that M. de Maupassant happens to hold that we have no universal measure of the truth, but that it is the last word on a question of art, from a writer who is rich in experience, and has had success in a very rare degree. It is of secondary importance that our impression should be called or not called an illusion. What is excellent is that our author has stated more neatly than we have lately seen it done, that the value of the artist resides in the clearness with which he gives forth that impression. His particular organism constitutes a case, and the critic is intelligent in proportion as he apprehends and enters into that case. to quarrel with it because it is not another, which it could not possibly have been without a wholly different outfit, appears to M. de Maupassant a deplorable waste of time. If this appeal to our disinterestedness may strike some readers as chilling, through their inability to conceive of any other form than the one they like, a limitation excellent for a reader but poor for a judge, the occasion happens to be none of the best for saying so, for M. de Maupassant himself precisely presents all the symptoms of a case in the most striking way, and shows us how far the consideration of them may take us. Embracing such an opportunity as this, and giving ourselves to it freely, seems to me, indeed, to be a course more fruitful in valid conclusions, as well as in entertainment by the way, than the more common method of establishing one's own premises. To make clear to ourselves those of the author of Pierre et Jean, those to which he is committed by the very nature of his mind, is an attempt that will both stimulate and repay curiosity. There is no way of looking at his work less dry, less academic, for as we proceed from one of his peculiarities to another, the whole horizon widens, yet without our leaving firm ground, and we see ourselves landed step by step in the most general questions, those explanations of things which reside in the race, in the society. Of course there are cases and cases, and it is the salient ones that the disinterested critic is delighted to meet. What makes M. de Maupassant salient is two facts, the first of which is that his gifts are remarkably strong and definite, and the second that he writes directly from them, as it were, holds the fullest, the most uninterrupted, I scarcely know what to call it, the boldest communication with them. A case is poor when the cluster of the artist's sensibilities is small, or they themselves are wanting in keenness, or else when the personage fails to admit them, either through ignorance or diffidence, or stupidity, or the error of a false ideal, to what may be called a legitimate share in his attempt. It is, I think, among English and American writers that this latter accident is most liable to occur. More than the French we are apt to be misled by some convention or other as to the sort of feeler we ought to put forth, forgetting that the best one will be the one that nature happens to have given us. We have doubtless often enough the courage of our opinions, when it befalls that we have opinions, but we have not so constantly that of our perceptions. There is a whole side of our perceptive apparatus that we in fact neglect, and there are probably many among us who would erect this tendency into a duty. M. de Maupassant neglects nothing that he possesses. He cultivates his garden with admirable energy, and if there is a flower you miss from the rich parterre, you may be sure that it could not possibly have been raised, his mind not containing the soil for it. He is plainly of the opinion that the first duty of the artist, and the thing that makes him most useful to his fellow men, is to master his instrument, whatever it may happen to be. His own is that of the senses, and it is through them alone, or almost alone, that life appeals to him. It is almost alone by their help that he describes it, that he produces brilliant works. They render him this great assistance because they are evidently, in his constitution, extraordinarily alive. There is scarcely a page in all his 20 volumes that does not testify to their vivacity. Nothing could be further from his thought than to disavow them and to minimize their importance. He accepts them frankly, gratefully, works them, rejoices in them. If he were told that there are many English writers who would be sorry to go with him in this, he would, I imagine, staring, say that that is about what was to have been expected of the Anglo-Saxon race, or even that many of them probably could not go with him if they would. Then he would ask how our authors can be so foolish as to sacrifice such a moyenne, how they can afford to, and exclaim, they must be pretty works, those they produce, and give a fine, true, complete account of life, with such omissions, such lacunae. M. de Maupassant's productions teach us, for instance, that his sense of smell is exceptionally acute as that of those animals of the field and forest whose subsistence and security depend upon it. It might be thought that he would, as a student of the human race, have found an abnormal development of this faculty embarrassing, scarcely knowing what to do with it, where to place it. But such an apprehension betrays an imperfect conception of his directness and resolution, as well as of his constant economy of means. Nothing whatever prevents him from representing the relations of men and women as largely governed by the scent of the parties. Human life in his pages, would this not be the most general description he would give of it? Appears for the most part as a sort of concert of odors, and his people are perpetually engaged, or he is engaged on their behalf, in sniffing up and distinguishing them in some pleasant or painful exercise of the nostril. If everything in life speaks to the nostril, why on earth shouldn't we say so? I suppose him to inquire, and what a proof of the empire of poor conventions and hypocrisies chez vous autres, that you should pretend to describe and characterize, and yet take no note, or so little that it comes to the same thing, of that essential sign. Not less powerful is his visual sense, the quick, direct discrimination of his eye, which explains the singularly vivid concision of his descriptions. These are never prolonged nor analytic, have nothing of enumeration, of the quality of the observer, who counts the items to be sure he has made up the sum. His eye selects unerringly, unscrupulously, almost impudently, catches the particular thing in which the character of the object or the scene resides, and, by expressing it with the artful brevity of a master, leaves a convincing original picture. If he is inveterately synthetic, he is never more so than in the way he brings this hard, short, intelligent gaze to bear. His vision of the world is for the most part a vision of ugliness, and even when it is not, there is in his easy power to generalize a certain absence of love, a sort of bird's-eye view contempt. He has none of the superstitions of observation, none of our English indulgences, our tender and often imaginative superficialities. If he glances into a railway carriage bearing its freight into the Parisian suburbs of a summer Sunday, a dozen dreary lives map themselves out in a flash. There were stout ladies in farcical clothes, those middle-class goodwives of the banlieue, who replace the distinction they don't possess by an irrelevant dignity. Gentlemen weary of the office, with sallow faces and twisted bodies, and one of their shoulders a little forced up by perpetual bending at work over a table. Their anxious, joyless faces spoke moreover of domestic worries, incessant needs for money, old hopes finally shattered, for they all belonged to the army of poor threadbare devils who vegetate frugally in a mean little plaster house with a flower bed for a garden." Unquote. Even in a brighter picture, such as the admirable vignette of the drive of Madame Tellier and her companions, the whole thing is an impression, as painters say nowadays, in which the figures are cheap. The 6 women at the station clamber into a country cart and go jolting through the Norman landscape to the village. But presently the jerky trot of the nag shook the vehicle so terribly that the chairs began to dance, tossing up the travelers to right, to left, with movements like puppets, scared grimaces, cries of dismay suddenly interrupted by a more violent bump. They clutched the sides of the trap, their bonnets turned over on to their backs, or upon the nose or the shoulder, and the white horse continued to go, thrusting out his head and straightening the little tail, hairless like that of a rat, with which from time to time he whisked his buttocks. Joseph Rivet, with one foot stretched upon the shaft, the other leg bent under him, and his elbows very high, held the reins, and emitted from his throat every moment a kind of cluck, which caused the animal to prick up his ears and quicken his pace. On either side of the road the green country stretched away. The colza, in flower, produced in spots a great carpet of undulating yellow, from which there rose a strong, wholesome smell, a smell penetrating and pleasant, carried very far by the breeze. In the tall rye the cornflowers held up their little azure heads, which the women wished to pluck, but Monsieur Rivet refused to stop. Then in some place a whole field looked as if it were sprinkled with blood, it was so crowded with poppies. And in the midst of the great level, taking color in this fashion from the flowers of the soil, the trap passed on with the jog of the white horse, seeming itself to carry a nosegay of richer hues. It disappeared behind the big trees of a farm, to come out again where the foliage stopped, and parade afresh through the green and yellow crops, pricked with red or blue, its blazing cartload of women, which receded in the sunshine." Unquote. As regards the other sense, the sense par excellence, the sense which we scarcely mention in English fiction, and which I am not very sure I shall be allowed to mention in an English periodical, M. de Maupassant speaks for that and of it with extraordinary distinctness and authority. To say that it occupies the first place in his picture is to say too little. It covers in truth the whole canvas, and his work is little else but a report of its innumerable manifestations. These manifestations are not, for him, so many incidents of life. They are life itself. They represent the standing answer to any question that we may ask about it. He describes them in detail, with a familiarity and a frankness which leave nothing to be added. I should say with singular truth, if I did not consider that in regard to this article he may be taxed with a certain exaggeration. Monsieur de Maupassant would doubtless affirm that where the empire of the sexual sense is concerned, no exaggeration is possible. Nevertheless, it may be said that whatever depths may be discovered by those who dig for them, the impression of the human spectacle for him, who takes it as it comes, has less analogy with that of the monkey's cage than this admirable writer's account of it. I speak of the human spectacle as we Anglo-Saxons see it, as we Anglo-Saxons pretend we see it, Monsieur de Maupassant would probably say. At any rate, I have perhaps touched upon this peculiarity sufficiently to explain my remark that his point of view is almost solely that of the senses. If he is a very interesting case, this makes him also an embarrassing one, embarrassing and mystifying for the moralist. I may as well admit that no writer of the day strikes me as equally so. To find M. de Maupassant a lion in the path, that may seem to some people a singular proof of want of courage, but I think the obstacle will not be made light of by those who have really taken the measure of the animal. We are accustomed to think, we of the English faith, that a cynic is a living advertisement of his errors, especially in proportion as he is a thorough-going one. And M. de Maupassant's cynicism, unrelieved as it is, will not be disposed of off-hand by a critic of a competent literary sense. Such a critic is not slow to perceive, to his no small confusion, that though, judging from usual premises, the author of Bel Ami ought to be a warning, he somehow is not. His baseness, as it pervades him, ought to be written all over him. Yet somehow there are there certain aspects, and those commanding, as the house agents say, in which it is not in the least to be perceived. It is easy to exclaim that if he judges life only from the point of view of the senses, many are the noble and exquisite things that he must leave out. What he leaves out has no claim to get itself considered till after we have done justice to what he takes in. It is this positive side of M. de Maupassant that is most remarkable, the fact that his literary character is so complete and edifying. Auteur à peu près irréprochable dans un genre qui ne l'est pas, as that excellent critic M. Jules Lemaitre says of him. He disturbs us by associating a conscience and a high standard with a temper long synonymous, in our eyes, with an absence of scruples. The situation would be simpler, certainly, if he were a bad writer, but none the less it is possible, I think, on the whole, to circumvent him, even without attempting to prove that, after all, he is one. The latter part of his introduction to Pierre et Jean is less felicitous than the beginning, but we learn from it, and this is interesting, that he regards the analytic fashion of telling a story which has lately begotten in his own country some such remarkable experiments, few votaries as it has attracted among ourselves, as very much less profitable than the simple epic manner which avoids with care all complicated explanations, all dissertations upon motives, and confines itself to making persons and events pass before our eyes. M. de Maupassant adds that in his view, psychology should be hidden in a book as it is hidden in reality under the facts of existence. The novel conceived in this manner gains interest, movement, color, the bustle of life. When it is a question of an artistic process, we must always mistrust very sharp distinctions, for there is surely in every method a little of every other method. It is as difficult to describe an action without glancing at its motive, its moral history, as it is to describe a motive without glancing at its practical consequence. Our history and our fiction are what we do, but it surely is not more easy to determine where what we do begins than to determine where it ends, notoriously a hopeless task. Therefore it would take a very subtle sense to draw a hard and fast line on the borderland of explanation and illustration. If psychology be hidden in life, as, according to M. de Maupassant, it should be in a book, the question immediately comes up, from whom is it hidden? From some people, no doubt, but very much less from others, and all depends upon the observer, the nature of one's observation, and one's curiosity. For some people, motives, reasons, relations, explanations, are a part of the very surface of the drama, with the footlights beating full upon them. For me, an act, an incident, an attitude may be a sharp, detached, isolated thing, of which I give a full account in saying that in such and such a way it came off. For you, it may be hung about with implications, with relations and conditions as necessary to help you to recognize it, as the clothes of your friends are to help you know them in the street. You feel that they would seem strange to you without petticoats and trousers. Monsieur de Maupassant would probably urge that the right thing is to know or to guess how events come to pass, but to say as little about it as possible. There are matters in regard to which he feels the importance of being explicit, but that is not one of them. The contention to which I allude strikes me as rather arbitrary, so difficult is it to put one's finger upon the reason why, for instance, there should be so little mystery about what happened to Christiane Andermatt in Mont Oriol, when she went to walk on the hills with Paul Bretigny, and so much say about the forces that formed her for that gentleman's convenience, or those lying behind any other odd collapse that our reader may have related. The rule misleads, and the best rule certainly is the tact of the individual writer, which will adapt itself to the material as the material comes to him. The cause we plead is ever pretty sure to be the cause of our idiosyncrasies, and if Monsieur de Maupassant thinks meanly of explanations, it is, I suspect, that they come to him in no great affluence. His view of the conduct of man is so simple as scarcely to require them, and indeed so far as they are needed, he is virtually explanatory. He deprecates reference to motives, but there is one covering an immense ground in his horizon, as I have already hinted, to which he perpetually refers. If the sexual impulse be not a moral antecedent, it is none the less the wire that moves almost all Monsieur de Maupassant's puppets, and as he has not hidden it, I cannot see that he has eliminated analysis or made a sacrifice to discretion. His pages are studded with that particular analysis. He is constantly peeping behind the curtain, telling us what he discovers there. The truth is that the admirable system of simplification which makes his tales so rapid and so concise, especially his shorter ones, for his novels in some degree, I think, suffer from it, strikes us as not in the least a conscious intellectual effort, a selective, comparative process. He tells us all he knows, all he suspects, and if these things take no account of the moral nature of man, it is because he has no window looking in that direction, and not because artistic scruples have compelled him to close it up. The very compact mansion in which he dwells presents on that side a perfectly dead wall. That is why, if his axiom that you produce the effect of truth better by painting people from the outside than from the inside has a large utility, his example is convincing in a much higher degree. A writer is fortunate when his theory and his limitations so exactly correspond, when his curiosities may be appeased with such precision and promptitude. Monsieur de Maupassant contends that the most that the analytic novelist can do is to put himself, his own peculiarities, into the costume of the figure analyzed. This may be true, but if it applies to one manner of representing people who are not ourselves, it applies also to any other manner. It is the limitation, the difficulty of the novelist, to whatever clan or camp he may belong. Monsieur de Maupassant is remarkably objective and impersonal, but he would go too far if he were to entertain the belief that he has kept himself out of his books. They speak of him eloquently, even if it only be to tell us how easy, given his talent of course, he has found this impersonality. Let us hasten to add that in the case of describing a character, it is doubtless more difficult to convey the impression of something that is not oneself, the constant effort, however delusive at bottom, of the novelist, than in the case of describing some object more immediately visible. The operation is more delicate, but that circumstance only increases the beauty of the problem. On the question of style, our author has some excellent remarks. We may be grateful indeed for every one of them, save an odd reflection about the way to become original, if we happen not to be so. The recipe for this transformation, it would appear, is to sit down in front of a blazing fire, or a tree in a plain, or any object we encounter in the regular way of business, and remain there until the tree, or the fire, or the object, whatever it be, become different for us from all other specimens of the same class. I doubt whether this system would always answer, for surely the resemblance is what we wish to discover quite as much as the difference, and the best way to preserve it is not to look for something opposed to it. Is not this indication of the road to take, to become, as a writer, original touched with the same fallacy as the recommendation about eschewing analysis? It is the only naivete I have encountered in M. deMaupassant's many volumes. The best originality is the most unconscious, and the best way to describe a tree is the way in which it has struck us. Ah, but we don't always know how it has struck us, the answer to that may be, and it takes some time and ingenuity, much fasting and prayer, to find out. If we do not know, it probably has not struck us very much, so little indeed that our inquiry had better be relegated to that closed chamber of an artist's meditations, that sacred back kitchen, which no a priori rule can light up. The best thing the artist's adviser can do in such a case is to trust him and turn away, to let him fight the matter out with his conscience. And be this said with a full appreciation of the degree in which M. deMaupassant's observation on the whole question of a writer's style, at the point we have come to today, bear the stamp of intelligence and experience. His own style is of so excellent a tradition that the presumption is altogether in favor of what he may have to say. He feels oppressively, discouragingly, as many another of his countrymen must have felt, for the French have worked their language as no other people have done, the penalty of coming at the end of 3 centuries of literature, the difficulty of dealing with an instrument of expression so worn by friction, of drawing new sounds from the old familiar pipe. When we read, so saturated with French writing as we are, that our whole body gives us the impression of being a paste made of words, do we ever find a line, a thought, which is not familiar to us, and of which we have not had at least a confused presentiment?" Unquote. And he adds that the matter is simple enough for the writer who only seeks to amuse the public by means already known. He attempts little, and he produces, with confidence in the candor of his mediocrity, works which answer no question and leave no trace. It is he who wants to do more than this that has less and less an easy time of it. Everything seems to him to have been done, every effect produced, every combination already made. If he be a man of genius, his trouble is lightened, for mysterious ways are revealed to him, and new combinations spring up for him even after novelty is dead. It is to the simple man of taste and talent, who has only a conscience and a will, that the situation may sometimes well appear desperate. He judges himself as he goes, and he can only go step by step over ground where every step is already a footprint. If it be a miracle whenever there is a fresh tone, the miracle has been wrought for Monsieur de Maupassant. Or is he simply a man of genius to whom short cuts have been disclosed in the watches of the night? At any rate, he has had faith. Religion has come to his aid. I mean the religion of his mother tongue, which he has loved well enough to be patient for her sake. He has arrived at the peace which passeth understanding, at a kind of conservative piety. He has taken his stand on simplicity, on a studied sobriety, being persuaded that the deepest science lies in that direction rather than in the multiplication of new terms, and on this subject he delivers himself with superlative wisdom. "There is no need of the queer, complicated, numerous, and Chinese vocabulary which is imposed on us to day, under the name of artistic writing, to fix all the shades of thought. The right way is to distinguish with an extreme clearness all those modifications of the value of a word which comes from the place it occupies. Let us have fewer nouns, verbs, and adjectives of an almost imperceptible sense, and more different phrases variously constructed, ingeniously cast, full of the science of sound and rhythm. Let us have an excellent general form rather than be collectors of rare terms." Unquote. Monsieur de Maupassant's practice does not fall below his exhortation, though I must confess that in the foregoing passage he makes use of the detestable expression stylist, which I have not reproduced. Nothing can exceed the masculine firmness, the quiet force of his own style, in which every phrase is a close sequence, every epithet a paying piece, and the ground is completely cleared of the vague, the ready-made, and the second best. Less than anyone today does he beat the air, more than anyone does he hit out from the shoulder. End of Chapter 8, Section 1. Guy de Maupassant. Chapter 8, Section 2 of Partial Portraits by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Chapter 8, Section 2. Guy de Maupassant. He has produced 100 short tales and only 4 regular novels. But if the tales deserve the first place in any candid appreciation of his talent, it is not simply because they are so much the more numerous. They are also more characteristic. They represent him best in his originality, and their brevity, extreme in some cases, does not prevent them from being a collection of masterpieces. They are very unequal, and I speak of the best. The little story is but scantily relished in England, where readers take their fiction rather by the volume than by the page, and the novelist's idea is apt to resemble one of those old-fashioned carriages which require a wide court to turn round. In America, where it is associated preeminently with Hawthorne's name, with Edgar Poe's, and with that of Mr. Bret Harte, the short tale has had a better fortune. France, however, has been the land of its great prosperity, and Monsieur de Maupassant had from the first the advantage of addressing a public accustomed to catch on, as the modern phrase is, quickly. In some respects, it may be said, he encountered prejudices too friendly, for he found a tradition of indecency ready-made to his hand. I say indecency with plainness, though my indication would perhaps please better with another word, for we suffer in English from a lack of roundabout names for the cant leste, that element for which the French, with their grivois, their gaillard, their aigrillade, their gaudriole, have so many convenient synonyms. It is an honored tradition in France that the little story, in verse or in prose, should be liable to be more or less obscene. I can think only of that alternative epithet, though I hasten to add that among literary forms it does not monopolize the privilege. Our uncleanness is less producible; at any rate, it is less produced. For the last 10 years our author has brought forth with regularity these condensed compositions, of which probably to an English reader, at a first glance, the most universal sign will be their licentiousness. They really partake of this quality, however, in a very differing degree, and a second glance shows that they may be divided into numerous groups. It is not fair, I think, even to say that what they have most in common is their being extremely lest. What they have most in common is their being extremely strong, and after that their being extremely brutal. A story may be obscene without being brutal, and vice versa. And M. de Maupassant's contempt for these interdictions, which are supposed to be made in the interest of good morals, is but an incident, a very large one indeed, of his general contempt. A pessimism so great that its alliance with the love of good work, or even with the calculation of the sort of work that pays best in a country of style, is, as I have intimated, the most puzzling of anomalies. For it would seem, in the light of such sentiments, that nothing is worth anything. This cynical strain is the sign of such gems of narration as La Maison Tellier, L'Histoire d'une Fille de Ferme, L'Année, Le Chien, Mademoiselle Fifi, Monsieur Parent, L'Héritage, En Famille, Le Baptême, Le Père Aimable. The author fixes a hard eye on some small spot of human life, usually some ugly, dreary, shabby, sordid one, takes up the particle and squeezes it either till it grimaces or till it bleeds. Sometimes the grimace is very droll, sometimes the wound is very horrible. But in either case the whole thing is real, observed, noted, and represented, not an invention or a castle in the air. M. de Maupassant sees human life as a terribly ugly business relieved by the comical. But even the comedy is for the most part the comedy of misery, of avidity, of ignorance, helplessness, and grossness. When his laugh is not for these things, it is for the little saleté, to use one of his own favorite words, of luxurious life, which are intended to be prettier, but which can scarcely be said to brighten the picture. I like la bête à mettre bel homme, la ficelle, le petit foot, le casse de Madame Luneau, tribunaux rustiques, and many others of this category much better than his anecdotes of the mutual confidences of his little Marquis and Baronne. Not counting his novels for the moment, his tales may be divided into the 3 groups of those which deal with the Norman peasantry, those which deal with the petit employé and small shopkeeper, usually in Paris, and the miscellaneous, in which the upper walks of life are represented, and the fantastic, the whimsical, the weird, and even the supernatural figure, as well as the unexpurgated. These last things range from Le Horla, which is not a specimen of the author's best vein. The only occasion on which he has the weakness of imitation is when he strikes us as emulating Edgar Poe, to Miss Harriet, and from Boule de Suif, a triumph, to that almost inconceivable little growl of Anglophobia, de couvert. Inconceivable, I mean, in its irresponsibility and ill nature on the part of a man of M. de Maupassant's distinction. Passing by such little perfections as Petite Soldat, L'Abandonné, Le Collier, the list is too long for complete enumeration. And such gross imperfections, for it once in a while befalls our author to go woefully astray, as La Femme de Paul, Chaly, Les Sœurs Rondoli. To these might almost be added as a special category the various forms in which M. de Maupassant relates adventures in railway carriages. Numerous, to his imagination, are the pretexts for enlivening fiction afforded by first, second, and third class compartments. The accidents which have nothing to do with the conduct of the train that occur there constitute no inconsiderable part of our earthly transit. It is surely by his Norman peasant that his tales will live. He knows this worthy as if he had made him, understands him down to the ground, puts him on his feet with a few of the freest, most plastic touches. M. de Maupassant does not admire him, and he is such a master of the subject that it would ill become an outsider to suggest a revision of judgment. He is a part of the contemptible furniture of the world, but on the whole it would appear the most grotesque part of it. His caution, his canniness, his natural astuteness, his stinginess, his general grinding sordidness are as unmistakable as that quaint and brutish dialect in which he expresses himself, and on which our author plays like a virtuoso. It would be impossible to demonstrate, with a finer sense of the humor of the thing, the fatuities and densities of his ignorance, the bewilderments of his opposed appetites, the overreachings of his caution. His existence has a gay side, but it is apt to be the barbarous gaiety commemorated in Farce Normande, an anecdote which, like many of M. de Maupassant's anecdotes, it is easier to refer the reader to than to repeat. If it is most convenient to place La Maison Tellier among the tales of the peasantry, there is no doubt that it stands at the head of the list. It is absolutely unadapted to the perusal of ladies and young persons, but it shares this peculiarity with most of its fellows, so that to ignore it on that account would be to imply that we must forswear M. de Maupassant altogether, which is an incongruous and insupportable conclusion. Every good story is of course both a picture and an idea, and the more they are interfused, the better the problem is solved. In La Maison Tellier they fit each other to perfection. The capacity for sudden innocent delights, latent in natures which have lost their innocence, is vividly illustrated by the singular scenes to which our acquaintance with Madame and her staff, little as it may be a thing to boast of, successively introduces us. The breadth, the freedom, and brightness of all this give the measure of the author's talent, and of that large, keen way of looking at life which sees the pathetic and the droll, the stuff of which the whole piece is made, in the queerest and humblest patterns. The tone of La Maison Tellier, and the few compositions which closely resemble it, expresses M. de Maupassant's nearest approach to geniality. Even here, however, it is the geniality of the showman, exhilarated by the success with which he feels that he makes his mannikins, and especially his womenkins, caper and squeak, and who, after the performance, tosses them into their box with the irreverence of a practised hand. If the pages of the author of Bel Ami may be searched almost in vain for a manifestation of the sentiment of respect, it is naturally not by Madame Tellier and her charges that we must look most to see it called forth, but they are among the things that please him most. Sometimes there is a sorrow, a misery, or even a little heroism, that he handles with a certain tenderness. Une Vie is the capital example of this, without insisting on the poor, the ridiculous, or, as he is fond of saying, the bestial side of it. Such an attempt, admirable in its sobriety and delicacy, is the sketch in L'Abandonnée of the old lady and gentleman, Madame de Cador and Monsieur d'Apreval, who, staying with the husband of the former at a little watering place on the Normandy coast, Take a long, hot walk on a summer's day, on a straight, white road into the interior, to catch a clandestine glimpse of a young farmer, their illegitimate son. He has been pensioned, he is ignorant of his origin, and is a commonplace and unconciliatory rustic. They look at him in his dirty farmyard, and no sign passes between them. Then they turn away and crawl back, in melancholy silence, along the dull French road. The manner in which this dreary little occurrence is related makes it as large as a chapter of history. There is tenderness in Miss Harriet, which sets forth how an English old maid, fantastic, hideous, sentimental, and tract distributing, with a smell of India rubber, fell in love with an irresistible French painter, and drowned herself in the well because she saw him kissing the maid servant. But the figure of the lady grazes the farcical. Is it because we know Miss Harriet, if we are not mistaken in the type the author has had in his eye, that we suspect the good spinster was not so weird and desperate, addicted though her class may be, as he says, to haunting all the tables d'hôte in Europe, to spoiling Italy, poisoning Switzerland, making the charming towns of the Mediterranean uninhabitable, carrying everywhere their queer little manias, their morts de Vestal pétrifiés, their indescribable garments, and that odor of India rubber, which makes one think that at night they must be slipped into a case. What would Miss Harriet have said to Monsieur de Maupassant's friend, the hero of the Découvertes, who, having married a little Anglais because he thought she was charming when she spoke broken French, finds she is very flat as she becomes more fluent, and has nothing more urgent than to denounce her to a gentleman he meets on the steamboat, and to relieve his wrath in ejaculations of "Sale Anglais"? Monsieur de Maupassant evidently knows a great deal about the army of clerks who work under government, but it is a terrible tale that he has to tell of them and of the petit bourgeois in general. It is true that he has treated the petit bourgeois in Pierre et Jean without holding him up to our derision, and the effort has been so fruitful that we owe to it the work for which on the whole, in the long list of his successes, we are most thankful. But of Pierre et Jean, a production neither comic nor cynical in the degree that is of its predecessors, but serious and fresh, I will speak anon. In Monsieur Parent, L'Héritage, En Famille, Une Partie de Campagne, Promenade, and many other pitiless little pieces, the author opens the window wide to his perception of everything mean, narrow, and sordid. The subject is ever the struggle for existence in hard conditions, lighted up simply by more or less polissonerie. Nothing is more striking to an Anglo-Saxon reader than the omission of all the other lights, those with which our imagination, and I think it ought to be said our observation, is familiar, and which our own works of fiction at any rate do not permit us to forget. Those of which the most general description is that they spring from a certain mixture of good humor and piety. Piety, I mean, in the civil and domestic sense, quite as much as in the religious. The love of sport, the sense of decorum, the necessity for action, the habit of respect, the absence of irony, the pervasiveness of childhood, the expansive tendency of the race, are a few of the qualities, the analysis might, I think, be pushed much further, which ease us off, mitigate our tension and irritation, rescue us from the nervous exasperation which is almost the commonest element of life as depicted by Monsieur de Maupassant. No doubt there is in our literature an immense amount of conventional blinking, and it may be questioned whether pessimistic representation in Monsieur de Maupassant's manner do not follow his particular original more closely than our perpetual quest of pleasantness? Does not Mr. Rider Haggard make even his African carnage pleasant? Adheres to the lines of the world we ourselves know. Fierce indeed is the struggle for existence among even our pious and good-humored millions, and it is attended with incidents as to which, after all, little testimony is to be extracted from our literature of fiction. It must never be forgotten that the optimism of that literature is partly the optimism of women and of spinsters. In other words, the optimism of ignorance as well as of delicacy. It might be supposed that the French, with their mastery of the art d'agrément, would have more consolations than we, but such is not the account of the matter given by the new generation of painters. To the French we seem superficial, and we are certainly open to the reproach. But none the less, even to the infinite majority of readers of good faith, there will be a wonderful want of correspondence between the general picture of Bel-Ami, of Mont Oriol, of Une Vie, Yvette, and En Famille, and our own vision of reality. It is an old impression, of course, that the satire of the French has a very different tone from ours. But few English readers will admit that the feeling of life is less in ours than in theirs. The feeling of life is evidently de part et d'autre, a very different thing. If in ours, as the novel illustrates it, there are superficialities, there are also qualities which are far from being negatives and omissions. A large imagination and, is it fatuous to say, a large experience of the positive kind. Even those of our novelists whose manner is most ironic pity life more and hate it less than M. de Maupassant and his great initiator, Flaubert. It comes back, I suppose, to our good humor, which may apparently also be an artistic force. At any rate, we have reserves about our shames and our sorrows, indulgences and tolerances about our philistinism, forbearances about our blows, and a general friendliness of conception about our possibilities, which take the cruelty from our self-derision, and operate, in the last resort, as a sort of tribute to our freedom. There is a horrible, admirable scene in Monsieur Parent, which is a capital example of triumphant ugliness. The harmless gentleman who gives his name to the tale has an abominable wife, one of whose offensive attributes is a lover, unsuspected by her husband, only less impudent than herself. Monsieur Parent comes in from a walk with his little boy at dinner time to encounter suddenly in his abused, dishonored, deserted home convincing proof of her misbehavior. He waits and waits dinner for her, giving her the benefit of every doubt. But when at last she enters, late in the evening, accompanied by the partner of her guilt, there is a tremendous domestic concussion. It is to the peculiar vividness of this scene that I allude. The way we hear it and see it, and its most repulsive details are evoked for us. The sordid confusion, the vulgar noise, the disordered table and ruined dinner, the shrill insolence of the wife, her brazen mendacity, the scared inferiority of the lover, the mere momentary heroics of the weak husband, the scuffle and somersault, the eminently unpoetic justice with which it all ends. When Thackeray relates how Arthur Pendennis goes home to take potluck with the insolvent Newcomes at Boulogne, and how the dreadful Mrs. Mackenzie receives him, and how she makes a scene when the frugal repast is served over the diminished mutton bone, we feel that the notation of that order of misery goes about as far as we can bear it. But this is child's play to the history of Monsieur and Madame Caravin, and their attempt, after the death, or supposed death, of the husband's mother, to transfer to their apartment before the arrival of the other heirs certain miserable little articles of furniture belonging to the deceased, together with the frustration of the maneuver not only by the grim resurrection of the old woman, which is a sufficiently fantastic item, but by the shock of battle when a married daughter and her husband appear. No one gives us, like M. de Maupassant, the odious words exchanged on such an occasion as that. No one depicts with so just a hand the feelings of small people about small things. These feelings are very apt to be fury. That word is of strikingly frequent occurrence in his pages. L'Héritage is a drama of private life in the little world of the Ministère de la Marine, a world, according to M. de Maupassant, of dreadful little jealousies and ineptitudes. Readers of a robust complexion should learn how the wretched Monsieur Lesable was handled by his wife and her father on his failing to satisfy their just expectations, and how he comported himself in the singular situation thus prepared for him. The story is a model of narration, but it leaves our poor average humanity dangling like a beaten rag. Where does M. de Maupassant find the great multitude of his detestable women? Or where at least does he find the courage to represent them in such colors? Jean de la Mare in Une Vie receives the outrages of fate with a passive fortitude, and there is something touching in Madame Roland's Âme tendre de Cassière, as exhibited in Pierre et Jean. But for the most part, M. de Maupassant's heroines are a mixture of extreme sensuality and extreme mendacity. They are a large element in that general disfigurement, that illusion de l'ignoble qui attire tant d'êtres, which makes the perverse or the stupid side of things the one which strikes him first, which leads him, if he glances at a group of nurses and children sunning themselves in a Parisian square, to notice primarily the yeux de brute of the nurses, or if he speaks of the longing for a taste of the country, which haunts the shopkeeper fenced in behind his counter, to identify it as the amour bête de la nature, or if he has occasion to put the boulevards before us on a summer's evening, to seek his effect in these terms: the city, as hot as a stew, seemed to sweat in the suffocating night. The drains puffed their pestilential breath from their mouths of granite, and the underground kitchens poured into the streets, through their low windows, the infamous miasmas of their dishwater and old sauces. I do not contest the truth of such indications. I only note the particular selection and their seeming to the writer the most apropos. Is it because of the inadequacy of these indications when applied to the long stretch that M. de Maupassant's novels strike us as less complete, in proportion to the talent expended upon them, than his Contes and Nouvelles? I make this invidious distinction in spite of the fact that Une Vie, the first of the novels in the order of time, is a remarkably interesting experiment, and that Pierre et Jean is, so far as my judgment goes, a faultless production. Belle Amie is full of the bustle and the crudity of life. Its energy and expressiveness almost bribe one to like it. But it has the great defect that the physiological explanation of things here too visibly contracts the problem in order to meet it. The world represented is too special, too little inevitable, too much to take or to leave as we like. A world in which every man is a cad and every woman a harlot. M. de Maupassant traces the career of a finished blackguard, who succeeds in life through women, and he represents him primarily as succeeding in the profession of journalism. His colleagues and his mistresses are as depraved as himself, greatly to the injury of the ironic idea. for the real force of satire would have come from seeing him engaged and victorious with natures better than his own. It may be remarked that this was the case with the nature of Madame Walter, but the reply to that is, hardly. Moreover, the author's whole treatment of the episode of Madame Walter is the thing on which his admirers have least to congratulate him. The taste of it is so atrocious that it is difficult to do justice to the way it is made to stand out. Such an instance as this pleads with irresistible eloquence, as it seems to me, the cause of that salutary diffidence or practical generosity which I mentioned on a preceding page. I know not the English or American novelist who could have written this portion of the history of Bel Ami if he would. But I also find it impossible to conceive of a member of that fraternity who would have written it if he could. The subject of Mont Oriol is full of queerness to the English mind. Here again the picture has much more importance than the idea, which is simply that a gentleman, if he happen to be a low animal, is liable to love a lady very much less if she presents him with a pledge of their affection. It need scarcely be said that the lady and gentleman who in M. de Maupassant's pages exemplify this interesting truth are not united in wedlock, that is, with each other. M. de Maupassant tells us that he has imbibed many of his principles from Gustave Flaubert, from the study of his works as well as, formerly, the enjoyment of his words. It is in Une Vie that Flaubert's influence is most directly traceable, for the thing has a marked analogy with l'éducation sentimentale. That is, it is the presentation of a simple piece of a life, in this case a long piece, a series of observations upon an episode quelconque, as the French say, with the minimum of arrangement of the given objects. It is an excellent example of the way the impression of truth may be conveyed by that form, but it would have been a still better one if in his search for the effect of dreariness may be said to be the subject of Une Vie, so far as the subject is reducible, the author had not eliminated excessively. He has arranged, as I say, as little as possible. The necessity of a plot has in no degree imposed itself upon him, and his effort has been to give the uncomposed, unrounded look of life, with its accidents, its broken rhythm, its queer resemblance to the famous description of Bradshaw, a compound of trains that start but don't arrive, and trains that arrive but don't start. It is almost an arrangement of the history of poor Madame de la Mare to have left so many things out of it, for after all she is described in very few of the relations of life. The principal ones are there certainly. We see her as a daughter, a wife, and a mother, but there is a certain accumulation of secondary experience that marks any passage from youth to old age which is a wholly absent element in M. de Maupassant's narrative, and the suppression of which gives the thing a tinge of the arbitrary. It is in the power of this secondary experience to make a great difference, but nothing makes any difference for Jeanne de la Mare, as M. de Maupassant puts her before us. Had she no other points of contact than those he describes? No friends, no phases, no episodes, no chances, none of the miscellaneous remplissage of life? No doubt M. de Maupassant would say that he has had to select, that the most comprehensive enumeration is only a condensation, and that, in accordance with the very just principles enunciated in that preface to which I have perhaps too repeatedly referred, he has sacrificed what is uncharacteristic to what is characteristic. It characterizes the career of this French country lady of 50 years ago that its long gray expanse should be seen as peopled with but 5 or 6 figures. The essence of the matter is that she was deceived in almost every affection, and that essence is given if the persons who deceived her are given. The reply is doubtless adequate, and I have only intended my criticism to suggest the degree of my interest. What it really amounts to is that if the subject of this artistic experiment had been the existence of an English lady, even a very dull one, the air of verisimilitude would have demanded that she should have been placed in a denser medium. Une vie may, after all, be only a testimony to the fact of the melancholy void of the coast of Normandy, even within a moderate drive of a great seaport under the Restoration and Louis Philippe. It is especially to be recommended to those who are interested in the question of what constitutes a story, offering as it does the most definite sequences at the same time that it has nothing that corresponds to the usual idea of a plot, and closing with an implication that finds us prepared. The picture, again, in this case, is much more dominant than the idea, unless it be an idea that loneliness and grief are terrible. The picture, at any rate, is full of truthful touches, and the work has the merit and the charm that it is the most delicate of the author's productions and the least hard. In none other has he occupied himself so continuously with so innocent a figure as his soft, bruised heroine. In none other has he paid our poor blind human history the compliment, and this is remarkable considering the flatness of so much of the particular subject, of finding it so little bête. He may think it here, but comparatively he does not say it. He almost betrays a sense of moral things. Jeanne is absolutely passive. She has no moral spring, no active moral life, none of the edifying attributes of character. It costs her apparently as little as may be in the way of a shock, a complication of feeling, to discover by letters after her mother's death that this lady has not been the virtuous woman she has supposed. But her chronicler has had to handle the immaterial forces of patience and renunciation, and this has given the book a certain purity, in spite of 2 or 3 physiological passages that come in with violence, a violence the greater as we feel it to be a result of selection. It is very much a mark of M. de Maupassant that on the most striking occasion, with a single exception, on which his picture is not a picture of libertinage, it is a picture of unmitigated suffering. Would he suggest that these are the only alternatives? The exception that I here allude to is for Pierre et Jeanne, which I have left myself small space to speak of. Is it because in this masterly little novel there is a show of those immaterial forces which I just mentioned, and because Pierre Rolland is one of the few instances of operative character that can be recalled from so many volumes, that many readers will place M. de Maupassant's latest production altogether at the head of his longer ones? I am not sure, inasmuch as after all the character in question is not extraordinarily distinguished, and the moral problem not presented in much complexity. The case is only relative. Perhaps it is not of importance to fix the reasons of preference in respect to a piece of writing so essentially a work of art and of talent. Pierre et Jeanne is the best of M. de Maupassant's novels, mainly because M. de Maupassant has never before been so clever. It is a pleasure to see a mature talent able to renew itself, strike another note, and appear still young. This story suggests the growth of a perception that everything has not been said about the actors on the world's stage, when they are represented either as helpless victims or as mere bundles of appetites. There is an air of responsibility about Pierre Rolland, the person on whose behalf the tale is mainly told, which almost constitutes a pledge. An inquisitive critic may ask why, in this particular case, M. de Maupassant should have stuck to the petit bourgeois, the circumstances not being such as to typify that class more than another. There are reasons, indeed, which on reflection are perceptible. It was necessary that his people should be poor, and necessary even that to attenuate Madame Roland's misbehavior she should have had the excuse of the contracted life of a shopwoman in the Rue Montmartre. Were the inquisitive critic slightly malicious as well, he might suspect the author of a fear that he should seem to give way to the illusion de beau if, in addition to representing the little group in Pierre et Jean as persons of about the normal conscience, he had also represented them as of the cultivated class. If they belong to the humble life, this belittles, and I am still quoting the supposedly malicious critic, M. de Maupassant must, in one way or the other, belittle. To the English reader it will appear, I think, that Pierre and John are rather more of the cultivated class than two young Englishmen in the same social position. It belongs to the drama that the struggle of the elder brother, educated, proud, and acute, should be partly with the pettiness of his opportunities. The author's choice of a milieu, moreover, will serve to English readers as an example of how much more democratic contemporary French fiction is than that of his own country. The greater part of it, almost all the work of Zola and of Daudet, the best of Flaubert's novels, and the best of those of the brothers de Goncourt, treat of that vast, dim section of society which, lying between those luxurious walks on whose behalf there are easy presuppositions, and that darkness of misery which, in addition to being picturesque, brings philanthropy also to the writer's aid, constitutes really, in extent and expressiveness, the substance of any nation. In England, where the fashion of fiction still sets mainly to the country house and the hunting field, and yet more novels are published than anywhere else in the world, that thick twilight of mediocrity of condition has been little explored. May it yield triumphs in the years to come. It may seem that I have claimed little for M. de Maupassant, so far as English readers are concerned with him, in saying that after publishing 20 improper volumes, he has at last published a 21st, which is neither indecent nor cynical. It is not this circumstance that has led me to dedicate so many pages to him, but the circumstance that in producing all the others he yet remained, for those who are interested in these matters, a writer with whom it was impossible not to reckon. That is why I called him, to begin with, so many ineffectual names: a rarity, a case, an embarrassment, a lion in the path. He is still in the path as I conclude these observations. But I think that in making them we have discovered a legitimate way round. If he is a master of his art, and it is discouraging to find what low views are compatible with mastery, there is satisfaction, on the other hand, in learning on what particular condition he holds his strange success. This condition, it seems to me, is that of having totally omitted one of the items of the problem, an omission which has made the problem so much easier that it may almost be described as a short cut to a solution. The question is whether it be a fair cut. M. de Maupassant has simply skipped the whole reflective part of his men and women, that reflective part which governs conduct and produces character. He may say that he does not see it, does not know it, to which the answer is, so much the better for you, if you wish to describe life without it. The strings you pull are by so much the less numerous, and you can therefore pull those that remain with greater promptitude, consequently with greater firmness, with a greater air of knowledge. Pierre Roland, I repeat, shows a capacity for reflection, but I cannot think who else does, among the 1,000 figures who compete with him. I mean for reflection addressed to anything higher than the gratification of an instinct. We have an impression that Monsieur d'Apreval and Madame de Cador reflect as they trudge back from their mournful excursion, but that indication is not pushed very far. An aptitude for this exercise is a part of disciplined manhood, and disciplined manhood Monsieur de Maupassant has simply not attempted to represent. I can remember no instance in which he sketches any considerable capacity for conduct, and his women betray that capacity as little as his men. I am much mistaken if he has once painted a gentleman in the English sense of the term. His gentlemen, like Paul Bretigny and Gontran de Ravenel, are guilty of the most extraordinary deflections. For those who are conscious of this element in life, look for it and like it, the gap will appear to be immense. It will lead them to say, no wonder you have a contempt if that is the way you limit the field. No wonder you judge people roughly if that is the way you see them. Your work on your premises remains the admirable thing it is, but is your case not adequately explained? The erotic element in Monsieur de Maupassant, about which much more might have been said, seems to me to be explained by the same limitation, and explicable in a similar way, whatever else its literature occurs in excess. The carnal side of man appears the most characteristic if you look at it a great deal. And you look at it a great deal if you do not look at the other, at the side by which he reacts against his weaknesses, his defeats. The more you look at the other, the less the whole business to which French novelists have ever appeared to English readers to give a disproportionate place, the business, as I may say, of the senses, will strike you as the only typical one. Is not this the most useful reflection to make in regard to the famous question of the morality, the decency of the novel? It is the only one, it seems to me, that will meet the case as we find the case today. Hard and fast rules, a priori restrictions, mere interdictions, you shall not speak of this, you shall not look at that, have surely served their time, and will, in the nature of the case, never strike an energetic talent as anything but arbitrary. A healthy, living, and growing art, full of curiosity and fond of exercise, has an indefeasible mistrust of rigid prohibitions. Let us then leave this magnificent art of the novelist to itself and to its perfect freedom, in the faith that one example is as good as another, and that our fiction will always be decent enough, if it be sufficiently general. Let us not be alarmed at this prodigy, though prodigies are alarming, of Monsieur de Maupassant, who is at once so licentious and so impeccable, but gird ourselves up with the conviction that another point of view will yield another perfection. 1888. End of Chapter 8, Section 2, Guy de Maupassant. Chapter 9, Part 1 of Partial Portraits by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Chapter 9, Part 1 Ivan Turgenieff. When the mortal remains of Ivan Turgenieff were about to be transported from Paris for interment in his own country, a short commemorative service was held at the Gare du Nord. Ernest Renan and Edmond About, standing beside the train in which his coffin had been placed, bade farewell in the name of the French people to the illustrious stranger who for so many years had been their honored and grateful guest. Monsieur Renan made a beautiful speech, and Monsieur About a very clever one, and each of them characterized with ingenuity The genius and the moral nature of the most touching of writers, the most lovable of men. Turgenieff, said M. Renan, received by the mysterious decree which marks out human vocations the gift which is noble beyond all others, he was born essentially impersonal. The passage is so eloquent that one must repeat the whole of it. His conscience was not that of an individual to whom nature had been more or less generous. It was in some sort the conscience of a people. Before he was born, he had lived for thousands of years. Infinite successions of reveries had amassed themselves in the depths of his heart. No man has been as much as he the incarnation of a whole race. Generations of ancestors, lost in the sleep of centuries, speechless, came through him to life and utterance. I quote these lines for the pleasure of quoting them, for while I see what M. Renan means by calling Turgenieff impersonal, it has been my wish to devote to his delightful memory a few pages written under the impression of contact and intercourse. He seems to us impersonal because it is from his writings almost alone that we of English, French, and German speech have derived our notions. Even yet, I fear, rather meager and erroneous of the Russian people. His genius for us is the Slav genius. His voice, the voice of those vaguely imagined multitudes, whom we think of more and more today as waiting their turn in the arena of civilization, in the gray expanses of the North. There is much in his writings to encourage this view, and it is certain that he interpreted with wonderful vividness the temperament of his fellow countrymen. Cosmopolite that he had become by the force of circumstances, his roots had never been loosened in his native soil. The ignorance with regard to Russia and the Russians which he found in abundance in the rest of Europe, and not least in the country he inhabited for 10 years before his death, had indeed the effect, to a certain degree, to throw him back upon the deep feelings which so many of his companions were unable to share with him. The memories of his early years, the sense of wide Russian horizons, the joy and pride of his mother tongue. In the collection of short pieces so deeply interesting, written during the last few years of his life, and translated into German under the name of Senilia, I find a passage. It is the last in the little book, which illustrates perfectly this reactionary impulse. In days of doubt, in days of anxious thought on the destiny of my native land, thou alone art my support and my staff, O great powerful Russian tongue, truthful and free! If it were not for thee, how should man not despair at the sight of what is going on at home? But it is inconceivable that such a language has not been given to a great people. This Muscovite, home-loving note pervades his productions, though it is between the lines, as it were, that we must listen for it. None the less does it remain true that he was not a simple conduit or mouthpiece. The inspiration was his own as well as the voice. He was an individual, in other words, of the most unmistakable kind, and those who had the happiness to know him have no difficulty today in thinking of him as an eminent, responsible figure. This pleasure, for the writer of these lines, was as great as the pleasure of reading the admirable tales into which he put such a world of life and feeling. It was perhaps even greater, for it was not only with the pen that nature had given Turgenieff the power to express himself. He was the richest, the most delightful of talkers, and his face, his person, his temper, the thoroughness with which he had been equipped for human intercourse, make in the memory of his friends an image which is completed, but not thrown into the shade by his literary distinction. The whole image is tinted with sadness, partly because the element of melancholy in his nature was deep and constant. Readers of his novels have no need to be told of that, and partly because, during the last years of his life, he had been condemned to suffer atrociously. Intolerable pain had been his portion for too many months before he died. His end was not a soft decline, but a deepening distress. But of brightness, of the faculty of enjoyment, he had also the large allowance usually made to first-rate men, and he was a singularly complete human being. The author of these pages had greatly admired his writings before having the fortune to make his acquaintance, and this privilege, when it presented itself, was highly illuminating. The man and the writer together occupied from that moment a very high place in his affection. Some time before knowing him, I committed to print certain reflections which his tales had led me to make, and I may perhaps therefore, without impropriety, give them a supplement which shall have a more vivifying reference. It is almost irresistible to attempt to say, from one's own point of view, what manner of man he was. It was in consequence of the article I just mentioned that I found reason to meet him in Paris, where he was then living in 1875. I shall never forget the impression he made upon me at that first interview. I found him adorable. I could scarcely believe that he would prove, that any man could prove, on nearer acquaintance, so delightful as that. Nearer acquaintance only confirmed my hope, and he remained the most approachable, the most practicable, the least unsafe man of genius it had been my fortune to meet. He was so simple, so natural, so modest, so destitute of personal pretension, and of what is called the consciousness of powers, that one almost doubted at moments whether he were a man of genius after all. Everything good and fruitful lay near to him. He was interested in everything, and he was absolutely without that eagerness of self-reference which sometimes accompanies great and even small reputations. He had not a particle of vanity, nothing whatever of the air of having a part to play or a reputation to keep up. His humor exercised itself as freely upon himself as upon other subjects, and he told stories at his own expense with a sweetness of hilarity which made his peculiarities really sacred in the eyes of a friend. I remember vividly the smile and tone of voice with which he once repeated to me a figurative epithet which Gustave Flaubert, of whom he was extremely fond, had applied to him, an epithet intended to characterize a certain expansive softness, a comprehensive indecision which pervaded his nature, just as it pervades so many of the characters he has painted. He enjoyed Flaubert's use of this term, good-naturedly opprobrious, more even than Flaubert himself, and recognized perfectly the element of truth in it. He was natural to an extraordinary degree. I do not think I have ever seen his match in this respect, certainly not among people who bear, as he did at the same time, the stamp of the highest cultivation. Like all men of a large pattern, he was composed of many different pieces, and what was always striking in him was the mixture of simplicity with the fruit of the most various observation. In the little article in which I had attempted to express my admiration for his works, I had been moved to say of him that he had the aristocratic temperament, a remark which in the light of further knowledge seemed to me singularly inane. He was not subject to any definition of that sort, and to say that he was democratic would be, though his political ideal was a democracy, to give an equally superficial account of him. He felt and understood the opposite sides of life. He was imaginative, speculative, anything but literal. He had not in his mind a grain of prejudice as large as the point of a needle. And people, there are many, who think this a defect, would have missed it immensely in Ivan Sergoyitch. I give his name without attempting the Russian orthography, as it was uttered by his friends when they addressed him in French. Our Anglo-Saxon, Protestant, moralistic, conventional standards were far away from him, and he judged things with a freedom and spontaneity in which I found a perpetual refreshment. His sense of beauty, his love of truth and right, were the foundation of his nature. But half the charm of conversation with him was that one breathed an air in which cant, phrases, and arbitrary measurements simply sounded ridiculous. I may add that it was not because I had written a laudatory article about his books that he gave me a friendly welcome. For in the first place, my article could have very little importance for him, and in the second, it had never been either his habit or his hope to bask in the light of criticism. Supremely modest as he was, I think he attached no great weight to what might happen to be said about him, for he felt that he was destined to encounter a very small amount of intelligent appreciation, especially in foreign countries. I never heard him even allude to any judgment which might have been passed upon his productions in England. In France he knew that he was read very moderately. The demand for his volumes was small, and he had no illusions whatever on the subject of his popularity. He had heard with pleasure that many intelligent persons in the United States were impatient for everything that might come from his pen. But I think he was never convinced, as one or two of the more zealous of these persons had endeavored to convince him, that he could boast of a public in America. He gave me the impression of thinking of criticism as most serious workers think of it, that it is the amusement, the exercise, the subsistence of the critic, and, so far as this goes, of immense use, but that though it may often concern other readers, it does not much concern the artist himself. In comparison with all those things which the production of a considered work forces the artist little by little to say to himself, the remarks of the critic are vague and of the moment, and yet, owing to the large publicity of the proceeding, they have a power to irritate or discourage which is quite out of proportion to their use to the person criticized. It was not, moreover, if this explanation be not more gross than the spectre it is meant to conjure away, on account of any esteem which he accorded to my own productions, I used regularly to send them to him, that I found him so agreeable, for to the best of my belief he was unable to read them. As regards one of the first that I had offered him, he wrote me a little note to tell me that a distinguished friend, who was his constant companion, had read 3 or 4 chapters aloud to him the evening before, and that one of them was written de main de maître. This gave me great pleasure, but it was my first and last pleasure of the kind. I continued, as I say, to send him my fictions, because they were the only thing I had to give, but he never alluded to the rest of the work in question, which he evidently did not finish, and never gave any sign of having read its successors. Presently I quite ceased to expect this, and saw why it was. It interested me much that my writings could not appeal to him. He cared more than anything else for the air of reality, and my reality was not to the purpose. I do not think my stories struck him as quite meet for men. The manner was more apparent than the matter. They were too tarabiscote, as I once heard him say of the style of a book, had on the surface too many little flowers and knots of ribbon. He had read a great deal of English, and knew the language remarkably well, too well, I used often to think, for he liked to speak it with those to whom it was native, and, successful as the effort always was, it deprived him of the facility and raciness with which he expressed himself in French. I have said that he had no prejudices, but perhaps after all he had one. I think he imagined it to be impossible to a person of English speech to converse in French with complete correctness. He knew Shakespeare thoroughly, and at one time had wandered far and wide in English literature. His opportunities for speaking English were not at all frequent, so that when the necessity, or at least the occasion, presented itself, he remembered the phrases he had encountered in books. This often gave a charming quaintness and an unexpected literary turn to what he said. In Russia in spring, if you enter a beechen grove. Those words come back to me from the last time I saw him. He continued to read English books, and was not incapable of attacking the usual Tauchnitz novel. The English writer of our day, of whom I remember to have heard him speak with most admiration, was Dickens, of whose faults he was conscious, but whose power of presenting to the eye a vivid, salient figure he rated very high. In the young French school he was much interested. I mean in the new votaries of realism, the grandsons of Balzac. He was a good friend of most of them, and with Gustave Flaubert, the most singular and most original of the group, he was altogether intimate. He had his reservations and discriminations, and he had, above all, the great back garden of his Slav imagination and his Germanic culture, into which the door constantly stood open, and the grandsons of Balzac were not, I think, particularly free to accompany him. But he had much sympathy with their experiment, their general movement, and it was on the side of the careful study of life as the best line of the novelist that, as may easily be supposed, he ranged himself. For some of the manifestations of the opposite tradition he had a great contempt. This was a kind of emotion he rarely expressed, save in regard to certain public wrongs and iniquities. Bitterness and denunciation seldom passed his mild lips. But I remember well the little flush of conviction, the seriousness with which he once said, in allusion to a novel which had just been running through the Revue des Deux Mondes, "If I had written anything so bad as that, I should blush for it all my life." His was not, I should say, predominantly, or even in a high degree, the artistic nature, though it was deeply, if I may make the distinction, the poetic. But during the last 12 years of his life he lived much with artists and men of letters, and he was eminently capable of kindling in the glow of discussion. He cared for questions of form, though not in the degree in which Flaubert and Edmond de Goncourt cared for them, and he had very lively sympathies. He had a great regard for Madame George Sand, the head and front of the old romantic tradition, but this was on general grounds, quite independent of her novels, which he never read, and which she never expected him, or apparently anyone else, to read. He thought her character remarkably noble and sincere. He had, as I have said, a great affection for Gustave Flaubert, who returned it, and he was much interested in Flaubert's extraordinary attempts at bravery of form and of matter. knowing perfectly well when they failed. During those months which it was Flaubert's habit to spend in Paris, Turgenieff went almost regularly to see him on Sunday afternoon, and was so good as to introduce me to the author of Madame Bovary, in whom I saw many reasons for Turgenieff's regard. It was on these Sundays, in Flaubert's little salon, which, at the top of a house at the end of the Faubourg Saint Honoré, looked rather bare and provisional, that, in the company of the other familiars of the spot, more than one of whom have commemorated these occasions, Turgenieff's beautiful faculty of talk showed at its best. He was easy, natural, abundant, more than I can describe, and everything that he said was touched with the exquisite quality of his imagination. What was discussed in that little smoke-clouded room was chiefly questions of taste, questions of art and form, and the speakers, for the most part, were in aesthetic matters radicals of the deepest dye. It would have been late in the day to propose among them any discussion of the relation of art to morality, any question as to the degree in which a novel might or might not concern itself with the teaching of a lesson. They had settled these preliminaries long ago, and it would have been primitive and incongruous to recur to them. The conviction that held them together was the conviction that art and morality are two perfectly different things, and that the former has no more to do with the latter than it has with astronomy or embryology. The only duty of a novel was to be well written. That merit included every other of which it was capable. This state of mind was never more apparent than one afternoon when ces messieurs delivered themselves on the subject of an incident which had just befallen one of them. L'Assommoir of Émile Zola had been discontinued in the journal through which it was running as a serial, in consequence of repeated protests from the subscribers. The subscriber, as a type of human imbecility, received a wonderful dressing, and the Philistine in general was roughly handled. There were gulfs of difference between Turgenieff and Zola, but Turgenieff, who, as I say, understood everything, understood Zola too, and rendered perfect justice to the high solidity of much of his work. His attitude at such times was admirable, and I could imagine nothing more genial or more fitted to give an idea of light, easy human intelligence. No one could desire more than he that art should be art, always ever incorruptibly art. To him this proposition would have seemed as little in need of proof or susceptible of refutation as the axiom that law should always be law or medicine always medicine. As much as anyone, he was prepared to take note of the fact that the demand for abdications and concessions never comes from artists themselves, but always from purchasers, editors, subscribers. I am pretty sure that his word about all this would have been that he could not quite see what was meant by the talk about novels being moral or the reverse, that a novel could no more propose to itself to be moral than a painting or a symphony, and that it was arbitrary to lay down a distinction between the numerous forms of art. He was the last man to be blind to their unity. I suspect that he would have said, in short, that distinctions were demanded in the interest of the moralists, and that the demand was indelicate, owing to their want of jurisdiction. Yet, at the same time that I make this suggestion as to his state of mind, I remember how little he struck me as bound by mere neatness of formula, how little there was in him of the partisan or the pleader. What he thought of the relation of art to life, his stories, after all, show better than anything else. The immense variety of life was ever present to his mind, and he would never have argued the question I have just hinted at in the interest of particular liberties, the liberties that were apparently the dearest to his French confrères. It was this air that he carried about with him, of feeling all the variety of life, of knowing strange and far off things, of having an horizon in which the Parisian horizon, so familiar, so wanting in mystery, so perpetually exploité, easily lost itself, that distinguished him from these companions. He was not all there, as the phrase is. He had something behind, in reserve. It was Russia, of course, in a large measure, and especially before the spectacle of what is going on there today. That was a large quantity. But so far as he was on the spot, he was an element of pure sociability. I did not intend to go into these details immediately, for I had only begun to say what an impression of magnificent manhood he made upon me when I first knew him. That impression, indeed, always remained with me, even after it had been brought home to me how much there was in him of the quality of genius. He was a beautiful intellect, of course, but above all he was a delightful, mild, masculine figure. The combination of his deep, soft, lovable spirit, in which one felt all the tender parts of genius, with his immense, fair Russian physique, was one of the most attractive things conceivable. He had a frame which would have made it perfectly lawful and even becoming for him to be brutal, but there was not a grain of brutality in his composition. He had always been a passionate sportsman. To wander in the woods or the steppes with his dog and gun was the pleasure of his heart. Late in life he continued to shoot, and he had a friend in Cambridgeshire, for the sake of whose partridges, which were famous, he used sometimes to cross the Channel. It would have been impossible to imagine a better representation of a Nimrod of the North. He was exceedingly tall, and broad and robust in proportion. His head was one of the finest, and though the line of his features was irregular, there was a great deal of beauty in his face. It was eminently of the Russian type. Almost everything in it was wide. His expression had a singular sweetness, with a touch of Slav languor, and his eye, the kindest of eyes, was deep and melancholy. His hair, abundant and straight, was as white as silver, and his beard, which he wore trimmed rather short, was of the color of his hair. In all his tall person, which was very striking wherever it appeared, there was an air of neglected strength, as if it had been a part of his modesty never to remind himself that he was strong. He used sometimes to blush like a boy of 16. He had very few forms and ceremonies, and almost as little manner as was possible to a man of his natural prestense. His noble appearance was in itself a manner, but whatever he did very simply, and he had not the slightest pretension to not being subject to rectification. I never saw anyone receive it with less irritation. Friendly, candid, unaffectedly benignant, the impression that he produced most strongly and most generally was, I think, simply that of goodness. End of Chapter 9, Part 1. Ivan Turgenieff. Chapter 9, Part 2. Of Partial Portraits by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Chapter 9, Part 2. Ivan Turgenieff. When I made his acquaintance, he had been living since his removal from Baden-Baden, which took place in consequence of the Franco-Prussian War, in a large detached house on the hill of Montmartre, with his friends of many years, Madame Pauline Viardot and her husband, as his fellow tenants. He occupied the upper floor, and I like to recall, for the sake of certain delightful talks, the aspect of his little green sitting room, which has in memory the consecration of irrecoverable hours. It was almost entirely green, and the walls were not covered with paper, but draped in stuff. The portières were green, and there was one of those immense divans, so indispensable to Russians, which had apparently been fashioned for the great person of the master, so that smaller folk had to lie upon it rather than sit. I remember the white light of the Paris street, which came in through windows more or less blinded in their lower part, like those of a studio. It rested, during the first years that I went to see Turgenieff, upon several choice pictures of the modern French school, especially upon a very fine specimen of Theodore Rousseau, which he valued exceedingly. He had a great love of painting, and was an excellent critic of a picture. The last time I saw him, it was at his house in the country. He showed me half a dozen large copies of Italian works, made by a young Russian in whom he was interested, which he had, with characteristic kindness, taken into his own apartments in order that he might bring them to the knowledge of his friends. He thought them as copies remarkable, and they were so indeed, especially when one perceived that the original work of the artist had little value. Turgenieff warmed to the work of praising them, as he was very apt to do. Like all men of imagination, he had frequent and zealous admirations. As a matter of course, there was almost always some young Russian in whom he was interested, and refugees and pilgrims of both sexes were his natural clients. I have heard it said by persons who had known him long and well that these enthusiasms sometimes led him into error, that he was apt to se monter la tête on behalf of his protégés. He was prone to believe that he had discovered the coming Russian genius. He talked about his discovery for a month, and then suddenly one heard no more of it. I remember his once telling me of a young woman who had come to see him on her return from America, where she had been studying obstetrics at some medical college, and who, without means and without friends, was in want of help and of work. He accidentally learned that she had written something, and asked her to let him see it. She sent it to him, and it proved to be a tale in which certain phases of rural life were described with striking truthfulness. He perceived in the young lady a great natural talent. He sent her story off to Russia to be printed, with the conviction that it would make a great impression, and he expressed the hope of being able to introduce her to French readers. When I mentioned this to an old friend of Turgenieff, he smiled, and said that we should not hear of her again, that Ivan Sergoyitch had already discovered a great many surprising talents, which, as a general thing, had not borne the test. There was apparently some truth in this, and Turgenieff's liability to be deceived was too generous a weakness for me to hesitate to allude to it, even after I have insisted on the usual certainty of his taste. He was deeply interested in his young Russians. They were what interested him most in the world. They were almost always unhappy, in want, and in rebellion against an order of things which he himself detested. The study of the Russian character absorbed and fascinated him, as all readers of his stories know. Rich, unformed, undeveloped, with all sorts of adumbrations, of qualities in a state of fusion, it stretched itself out as a mysterious expanse in which it was impossible as yet to perceive the relation between gifts and weaknesses. Of its weaknesses he was keenly conscious, and I once heard him express himself with an energy that did him honor and a frankness that even surprised me, considering that it was of his countrymen that he spoke, in regard to a weakness which he deemed the greatest of all, a weakness for which a man whose love of veracity was his strongest feeling would have least toleration. His young compatriots seeking their fortune in foreign lands touched his imagination and his pity, and it is easy to conceive that under the circumstances the impression they often made upon him may have had great intensity. The Parisian background, with its brilliant sameness, its absence of surprises, for those who have known it long, threw them into relief, and made him see them as he saw the figures in his tales, in relations, in situations which brought them out. There passed before him in the course of time many wonderful Russian types. He told me once of his having been visited by a religious sect. The sect consisted of but two persons, one of whom was the object of worship, and the other the worshipper. The divinity apparently was traveling about Europe in company with his prophet. They were intensely serious, but it was very handy, as the term is, for each. The god had always his altar, and the altar had, unlike some altars, always its god. In his little green salon nothing was out of place. There were none of the odds and ends of the usual man of letters, which indeed Turgenieff was not, and the case was the same in his library at Bougival, of which I shall presently speak. Few books even were visible. It was as if everything had been put away. The traces of work had been carefully removed. An air of great comfort, an immeasurable divan, and several valuable pictures, that was the effect of the place. I know not exactly at what hours Turgenieff did his work. I think he had no regular times and seasons, being in this respect as different as possible from Anthony Trollope, whose Autobiography, with its candid revelation of intellectual economies, is so curious. It is my impression that in Paris Turgenieff wrote little, his times of production being rather those weeks of the summer that he spent at Bougival, and the period of that visit to Russia which he supposed himself to make every year. I say supposed himself, because it was impossible to see much of him without discovering that he was a man of delays. As on the part of some other Russians whom I have known, there was something Asiatic in his faculty of procrastination. But even if one suffered from it a little, one thought of it with kindness, as a part of his general mildness and want of rigidity. He went to Russia, at any rate, at intervals not infrequent, and he spoke of these visits as his best time for production. He had an estate far in the interior, and here, amid the stillness of the country and the scenes and figures which give such a charm to the Memoirs of a Sportsman, he drove his pen without interruption. It is not out of place to allude to the fact that he possessed considerable fortune. This is too important in the life of a man of letters. It had been of great value to Turgenieff, and I think that much of the fine quality of his work is owing to it. He could write according to his taste and his mood. He was never pressed, nor checked, putting the Russian censorship aside, by considerations foreign to his plan, and never was in danger of becoming a hack. Indeed, taking into consideration the absence of a pecuniary spur and that complicated indolence from which he was not exempt, his industry is surprising, for his tales are a long list. In Paris, at all events, he was always open to proposals for the midday breakfast. He liked to breakfast au cabaret, and freely consented to an appointment. It is not unkind to add that, at first, he never kept it. I may mention without reserve this idiosyncrasy of Turgenieff's, because in the first place it was so inveterate as to be very amusing. It amused not only his friends, but himself; and in the second, he was as sure to come in the end as he was sure not to come in the beginning. After the appointment had been made, or the invitation accepted, when the occasion was at hand, there arrived a note or a telegram in which Ivan Sergyevitch excused himself and begged that the meeting might be deferred to another date, which he usually himself proposed. For this second date, still another was sometimes substituted. But if I remember no appointment that he exactly kept, I remember none that he completely missed. His friends waited for him frequently, but they never lost him. He was very fond of that wonderful Parisian déjeuner, fond of it, I mean, as a feast of reason. He was extremely temperate, and often ate no breakfast at all, but he found it a good hour for talk, and little, on general grounds, as one might be prepared to agree with him, if he was at the table one was speedily convinced. I call it wonderful, the déjeuner of Paris, on account of the assurance with which it plants itself in the very middle of the morning. It divides the day between rising and dinner so unequally, and opposes such barriers of repletion to any prospect of ulterior labors, that the unacclimated stranger wonders when the fertile French people do their work. Not the least wonderful part of it is that the stranger himself likes it, at last, and manages to piece together his day with the shattered fragments that survive. It was not, at any rate, when one had the good fortune to breakfast at 12 o'clock with Turgenieff, that one was struck with its being an inconvenient hour. Any hour was convenient for meeting a human being who conformed so completely to one's idea of the best that human nature is capable of. There are places in Paris which I can think of only in relation to some occasion on which he was present, and when I pass them the particular things I heard him say there come back to me. There is a café in the Avenue de l'Opéra, a new sumptuous establishment with very deep settees, on the right as you leave the boulevard, where I once had a talk with him over an order singularly moderate, which was prolonged far into the afternoon, and in the course of which he was extraordinarily suggestive and interesting, so that my memory now reverts affectionately to all the circumstances. It evokes the gray damp of a Parisian December, which made the dark interior of the café look more and more rich and hospitable. While the light faded, the lamps were lit, the habitués came in to drink absinthe and play their afternoon game of dominoes, and we still lingered over our morning meal. Turgenieff talked almost exclusively about Russia, the Nihilists, the remarkable figures that came to light among them, the curious visits he received, the dark prospects of his native land. When he was in the vein, no man could speak more to the imagination of his auditor. For myself, at least, at such times, there was something extraordinarily vivifying and stimulating in his talk, and I always left him in a state of intimate excitement, with a feeling that all sorts of valuable things had been suggested to me. The condition in which a man swings his cane as he walks, leaps lightly over gutters, and then stops, for no reason at all, to look, with an air of being struck, into a shop window where he sees nothing. I remember another symposium at a restaurant, on one of the corners of the little place in front of the Opéra Comique, where we were four, including Ivan Sergyevitch, and the two other guests were also Russian, one of them uniting to the charm of this nationality the merit of a sex that makes the combination irresistible. The establishment had been a discovery of Turgenieff's, a discovery at least as far as our particular needs were concerned, and I remember that we heartily congratulated him on it. The dinner in a low entresol was not what it had been intended to be, but the talk was better even than our expectations. It was not about nihilism, but about some more agreeable features of life, and I have no recollection of Turgenieff in a mood more spontaneous and charming. One of our friends had, when he spoke French, a peculiar way of sounding the word adorable, which was frequently on his lips, and I remember well his expressive prolongation of the "a" when, in speaking of the occasion afterwards, he applied this term to Ivan Sergeyevich. I scarcely know, however, why I should drop into the detail of such reminiscences, and my excuse is but the desire that we all have, when a human relationship is closed, to save a little of it from the past, to make a mark which may stand for some of the happy moments of it. Nothing that Turgenieff had to say could be more interesting than his talk about his own work, his manner of writing. What I have heard him tell of these things was worthy of the beautiful results he produced, of the deep purpose pervading them all, to show us life itself. The germ of a story with him was never an affair of plot. That was the last thing he thought of. It was the representation of certain persons. The first form in which a tale appeared to him was as the figure of an individual, or a combination of individuals, whom he wished to see in action, being sure that such people must do something very special and interesting. They stood before him, definite, vivid, and he wished to know and to show as much as possible of their nature. The first thing was to make clear to himself what he did know, to begin with, and to this end he wrote out a sort of biography of each of his characters, and everything that they had done and that had happened to them up to the opening of the story. He had their dossier, as the French say, and as the police has of that of every conspicuous criminal. With this material in his hand, he was able to proceed. The story all lay in the question, what shall I make them do? He always made them do things that showed them completely, but, as he said, the defect of his manner and the reproach that was made him was his want of architecture, in other words, of composition. The great thing, of course, is to have architecture as well as precious material, as Walter Scott had them, as Balzac had them. If one reads Turgenieff's stories with the knowledge that they were composed, or rather that they came into being in this way, one can trace the process in every line. Story in the conventional sense of the word, a fable constructed, like Wordsworth's Phantom, to startle and waylay, there is as little as possible. The thing consists of the motions of a group of selected creatures, which are not the result of a preconceived action, but a consequence of the qualities of the actors. Works of art are produced from every possible point of view, and stories, and very good ones, will continue to be written in which the evolution is that of a dance, a series of steps, the more complicated and lively the better, of course, determined from without, and forming a figure. This figure will always probably find favor with many readers, because it reminds them enough, without reminding them too much, of life. On this opposition many young talents in France are ready to rend each other, for there is a numerous school on either side. We have not yet in England and America arrived at the point of treating such questions with passion, for we have not yet arrived at the point of feeling them intensely, or indeed, for that matter, of understanding them very well. It is not open to us as yet to discuss whether a novel had better be an excision from life, or a structure built up of picture cards, for we have not made up our mind as to whether life in general may be described. There is evidence of a good deal of shyness on this point, a tendency rather to put up fences than to jump over them. Among us, therefore, even a certain ridicule attaches to the consideration of such alternatives. But individuals may feel their way, and perhaps even pass unchallenged, if they remark that for them the manner in which Turgenieff worked will always seem the most fruitful. It has the immense recommendation that in relation to any human occurrence it begins, as it were, further back. It lies in its power to tell us the most about men and women. Of course it will but slenderly satisfy those numerous readers among whom the answer to this would be, "Hang it, we don't care a straw about men and women. We want a good story." And yet, after all, Elena is a good story, and Lisa and Virgin Soil are good stories. Reading over lately several of Turgenieff's novels and tales, I was struck afresh with their combination of beauty and reality. One must never forget, in speaking of him, that he was both an observer and a poet. The poetic element was constant, and it had great strangeness and power. It inspired most of the short things that he wrote during the last few years of his life, since the publication of Virgin Soil, things that are in the highest degree fanciful and exotic. It pervades the frequent little reveries, visions, epigrams of the senilia. It was no part of my intention here to criticize his writings, having said my say about them so far as possible some years ago. But I may mention that in rereading them I find in them all that I formerly found of two other elements, their richness and their sadness. They give one the impression of life itself, and not of an arrangement, a réchauffé of life. I remember Turgenieff's once saying in regard to Homais, the little Norman country apothecary, with his pedantry of enlightened opinions, in Madame Bovary, that the great strength of such a portrait consisted in its being at once an individual of the most concrete sort and a type. This is the great strength of his own representations of character. They are so strangely, fascinatingly particular, and yet they are so recognizably general. Such a remark as that about Homais makes me wonder why it was that Turgenieff should have rated Dickens so high, the weakness of Dickens being in regard to just that point. If Dickens fail to live long, it will be because his figures are particular without being general, because they are individuals without being types, because we do not feel their continuity with the rest of humanity, see the matching of the pattern with the piece out of which all the creations of the novelist and the dramatist are cut. I often meant, but accidentally neglected, to put Turgenieff on the subject of Dickens again, and ask him to explain his opinion. I suspect that his opinion was in a large measure merely that Dickens diverted him, as well he might. That complexity of the pattern was in itself fascinating. I have mentioned Flaubert, and I will return to him simply to say that there was something very touching in the nature of the friendship that united these two men. It is much to the honor of Flaubert, to my sense, that he appreciated Ivan Turgenieff. There was a partial similarity between them. Both were large, massive men, though the Russian reached to a greater height than the Norman. Both were completely honest and sincere, and both had the pessimistic element in their composition. Each had a tender regard for the other, and I think that I am neither incorrect nor indiscreet in saying that on Turgenieff's part this regard had in it a strain of compassion. There was something in Gustave Flaubert that appealed to such a feeling. He had failed on the whole more than he had succeeded, and the great machinery of erudition, the great polishing process which he brought to bear upon his productions, was not accompanied with proportionate results. He had talent without having cleverness, and imagination without having fancy. His effort was heroic, but except in the case of Madame Bovary, a masterpiece, he imparted something to his works. It was as if he had covered them with metallic plates, which made them sink rather than sail. He had a passion for perfection of form, and for a certain splendid suggestiveness of style. He wished to produce perfect phrases, perfectly interrelated, and as closely woven together as a suit of chain mail. He looked at life altogether as an artist, and took his work with a seriousness that never belied itself. To write an admirable page, and his idea of what constituted an admirable page was transcendent, seemed to him something to live for. He tried it again and again, and he came very near it. More than once he touched it, for Madame Bovary surely will live. But there was something ungenerous in his genius. He was cold, and he would have given everything he had to be able to glow. There is nothing in his novels like the passion of Elena for Insarov, like the purity of Lisa, like the anguish of the parents of Bazarov, like the hidden wound of Tatiana, and yet Flaubert yearned, with all the accumulations of his vocabulary, to touch the chord of pathos. There were some parts of his mind that did not give, that did not render a sound. He had had too much of some sorts of experience, and not enough of others. And yet this failure of an organ, as I may call it, inspired those who knew him with a kindness. If Flaubert was powerful and limited, there was something human after all, and even rather august in a strong man who has not been able completely to express himself. After the first year of my acquaintance with Turgenieff, I saw him much less often. I was seldom in Paris, and sometimes when I was there he was absent. But I neglected no opportunity of seeing him, and fortune frequently assisted me. He came 2 or 3 times to London for visits provokingly brief. He went to shoot in Cambridgeshire, and he passed through town in arriving and departing. He liked the English, but I am not sure that he liked London, where he had passed a lugubrious winter in 1870 to 1871. I remember some of his impressions of that period, especially a visit that he paid to a bishopess surrounded by her daughters, and a description of the cookery at the lodgings which he occupied. After 1876 I frequently saw him as an invalid. He was tormented by gout, and sometimes terribly besieged. But his account of what he suffered was as charming, I can apply no other word to it, as his description of everything else. He had so the habit of observation that he perceived in excruciating sensations all sorts of curious images and analogies, and analyzed them to an extraordinary fineness. Several times I found him at Bougival, above the Seine, in a very spacious and handsome chalet, a little unsunned, it is true, which he had built alongside of the villa occupied by the family to which for years his life had been devoted. The place is delightful. The 2 houses are midway up a long slope, which descends with the softest inclination to the river, and behind them the hill rises to a wooded crest. On the left, in the distance, high up and above a horizon of woods, stretches the romantic aqueduct of Marly. It is a very pretty domain. The last time I saw him, in November 1882, it was at Bougival. He had been very ill, with strange and tolerable symptoms, but he was better, and he had good hopes. They were not justified by the event. He got worse again, and the months that followed were cruel. His beautiful, serene mind should not have been darkened and made acquaintance with violence. It should have been able to the last to take part, as it had always done, in the decrees and mysteries of fate. At the moment I saw him, however, he was, as they say in London, in very good form, and my last impression of him was almost bright. He was to drive into Paris, not being able to bear the railway, and he gave me a seat in the carriage. For an hour and a half he constantly talked, and never better. When we got into the city, I alighted on the Boulevard Exterieur, as we were to go in different directions. I bade him good bye at the carriage window, and never saw him again. There was a kind of fair going on near by in the chill November air, beneath the denuded little trees of the boulevard, and a Punch and Judy show, from which nasal sounds proceeded. I almost regret having accidentally to mix up so much of Paris with this perhaps too complacent enumeration of occasions, for the effect of it may be to suggest that Ivan Turgenieff had been Gallicized. But this was not the case. The French capital was an accident for him, not a necessity. It touched him at many points, but it left him alone at many others, and he had, with that great tradition of ventilation of the Russian mind, windows open into distances which stretched far beyond the banlieue. I have spoken of him from the limited point of view of my own acquaintance with him, and unfortunately left myself little space to allude to a matter which filled his existence a good deal more than the consideration of how a story should be written, his hopes and fears on behalf of his native land. He wrote fictions and dramas, but the great drama of his life was the struggle for a better state of things in Russia. In this drama he played a distinguished part, and the splendid obsequies that, simple and modest as he was, have unfolded themselves over his grave, sufficiently attest the recognition of it by his countrymen. His funeral, restricted and officialized, was none the less a magnificent manifestation. I have read the accounts of it, however, with a kind of chill, a feeling in which assent to the honors paid him bore less part than it ought. All this pomp and ceremony seemed to lift him out of the range of familiar recollection, of valued reciprocity, into the majestic position of a national glory. And yet it is in the presence of this obstacle to social contact that those who knew and loved him must address their farewell to him now. After all, it is difficult to see how the obstacle can be removed. He was the most generous, the most tender, the most delightful of men. His large nature overflowed with the love of justice, but he also was of the stuff of which glories are made. 1884. End of Chapter 9, Part 2. Ivan Turgenieff. Chapter 10, Part 1 of Partial Portraits by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Chapter 10. Georges DuMaurier. Many years ago, a small American child, who lived in New York and played in Union Square, which was then enclosed by a high railing and governed by a solitary policeman, a strange, superannuated, dilapidated functionary, carrying a little cane and wearing, with a very copious and very dirty shirt front, the costume of a man of the world. A small American child was a silent devotee of Punch. Half an hour spent today in turning over the early numbers transports him quite as much to old New York as to the London of the first Crystal Palace and the years that immediately followed it. From about 1850 to 1855 he lived, in imagination, no small part of his time, in the world represented by the pencil of Leech. He pored over the pictures of the people riding in the Row, of the cabmen and the costermongers, of the little pages in buttons, of the bathing machines at the seaside, of the small boys in tall hats and Eton jackets, of the gentlemen hunting the fox, of the pretty girls in striped petticoats and coiffures of the shape of the mushroom. These things were the features of a world which he longed so to behold, that the familiar woodcuts, they were not so good in those days as they have become since, grew at last as real to him as the furniture of his home, and when he at present looks at the Punch of 30 years ago, he finds in it an odd association of medieval New York. He remembers that it was in such a locality in that city that he first saw such a picture. He recalls the fading light of the winter dusk, with the red fire and the red curtains in the background, in which more than once he was bidden to put down the last numbers of the humorous sheet and come to his tea. Punch was England, Punch was London, and England and London were at that time words of multifarious suggestion to this small American child. He liked much more to think of the British Empire than to indulge in the sports natural to his tender age, and many of his hours were spent in making mental pictures of the society of which the recurrent woodcuts offered him specimens and revelations. He had, from year to year, the prospect of really beholding this society. He heard every spring, from the earliest period, that his parents would go to Europe, and then he heard that they would not, and he had measured the value of the prospect with a keenness possibly premature. He knew the names of the London streets, of the theatres, of many of the shops. The dream of his young life was to take a walk in Kensington Gardens, and go to Drury Lane to see a pantomime. There was a great deal in the old Punch about the pantomimes, and harlequins and columbines peopled the secret visions of this perverted young New Yorker. It was a mystic satisfaction to him that he had lived in Piccadilly when he was a baby. He remembered neither the period nor the place, but the name of the latter had a strange delight for him. It had been promised him that he should behold once more that romantic thoroughfare, and he did so by the time he was 12 years old. Then he found that if Punch had been London, as he lay on the hearthrug inhaling the exotic fragrance of the freshly arrived journal, London was Punch and something more. He remembers today vividly his impression of the London streets in the summer of 1855. They had an extraordinary look of familiarity, and every figure, every object he encountered appeared to have been drawn by Leech. He has learned to know these things better since then, but his childish impression is subject to extraordinary revivals. The expansive back of an old lady getting into an omnibus, the attitude of a little girl bending from her pony in the park, the demureness of a maid servant opening a street door in Brompton, the top-heavy attitude of the small Améliore Anne as she stands planted with the baby in her arms on the corner of a Westminster slum, the coal-heavers, the cabmen, the publicans, the butcher-boys, the flunkies, the guardsmen, the policemen, in spite of their change of uniform, are liable at this hour, in certain moods, to look more like sketchy tail-pieces than natural things. There are moments, indeed, not identical with those we speak of, in which certain figures, certain episodes in the London streets strike an even stranger, deeper note of reminiscence. They remind the American traveler of Hogarth. He may take a walk in Oxford Street on some dirty winter afternoon and find everything he sees Hogarthian. We know not whether the form of infantine nostalgia of which we speak is common, or was then common, among small Americans, but we are sure that, when fortune happens to favor it, it is a very delightful pain. In those days, in America, the manufacture of children's picture books was an undeveloped industry. The best things came from London, and brought with them the aroma of a richer civilization. The covers were so beautiful and shining, the paper and print so fine, the colored illustrations so magnificent, that it was easy to see that over there the arts were at a very high point. The very name of the publisher on the title page, the small boy we speak of always looked at that, had a thrilling and mystifying effect. But, above all, the contents were so romantic and delectable. There were things in the English story books that one read as a child, just as there were things in Punch that one couldn't have seen in New York, even if one had been 50 years old. The age had nothing to do with it. One had a conviction that they were not there to be seen. We can hardly say why. It is perhaps because the plates in the picture books were almost always colored. But it was evident that there was a great deal more color in that other world. We remember well the dazzling tone of a little Christmas book by Leech, which was quite in the spirit of Punch, only more splendid, for the plates were plastered with blue and pink. It was called Young Troublesome, or Master Jackie's Holidays, and it has probably become scarce today. It related the mischievous pranks of an Eton schoolboy while at home for his Christmas vacation, and the exploit we chiefly recollect was his blacking with a burnt stick the immaculate calves of the footman who was carrying up some savory dish to the banquet from which, in consequence of his age and his habits, Master Jackie is excluded. Master Jackie is so handsome, so brilliant, so heroic, so regardless of dangers and penalties, so fertile in resources, and those charming young ladies, his sisters, his cousins, the innocent victims of his high spirits, had such golden ringlets, such rosy cheeks, such pretty shoulders, such delicate blue sashes over such fresh muslin gowns. Master Jackie seemed to lead a life all illumined with rosy Christmas fire. A little later came Richard Doyle's delightful volume giving the history of Brown, Jones, and Robinson, and it would be difficult to exaggerate the action of these remarkable designs in forming the taste of our fantastic little amateur. They told him, indeed, much less about England than about the cities of the Continent, but that was not a drawback, for he could take in the Continent too. Moreover, he felt that these three travelers were intensely British. They looked at everything from the London point of view, and it gave him an immense feeling of initiation to be able to share their susceptibilities. Was there not also a delightful little picture at the end, which represented them as restored to British ground, each holding up a tankard of foaming ale, with the boots behind them rolling their battered portmanteaux into the inn? This seemed somehow to commemorate one's own possible arrival in Old England, even though it was not likely that overflowing beer would be a feature of so modest an event, just as all the rest of it was a foretaste of Switzerland, of the Rhine, of North Italy, which after this would find one quite prepared. We are sorry to say that when, many years later, we ascended for the first time to the roof of Milan Cathedral, what we first thought of was not the waveless plain of Lombardy, nor the beauty of the edifice, but the little London snob, whom Brown, Jones, and Robinson saw writing his name on one of the pinnacles of the church. We had our preferences in this genial trio. We adored little Jones, the artist. If memory doesn't betray us, we haven't seen the book for 20 years, and Jones was the artist. It is difficult to say why we adored him, but it was certainly the dream of our life at that foolish period to make his acquaintance. We did so, in fact, not very long after. We were taken in due course to Europe, and we met him on a steamboat on the Lake of Geneva. There was no introduction, we had no conversation, but he was the Jones we had prefigured and loved. Thackeray's Christmas books, The Rose and the Ring, apart, it dates from 1854, came before this. We remember them in our earliest years. They, too, were of the family of Punch, which is my excuse for this superfluity of preface, and they were a revelation of English manners. English manners, for a child, could of course only mean certain individual English figures, the figures in Our Street, in Dr. Birch and his young friends. We were glad we were not of the number. In Mrs. Perkins' Ball. In the first of these charming little volumes there is a pictorial exposition of the reason why the nursemaids in Our Street like Kensington Gardens. When, in the course of time, we were taken to walk in those lovely shades, we looked about us for a simpering young woman and an insinuating soldier on a bench, with a bawling baby sprawling on the path hard by, and we were not slow to discover the group. Many people in the United States, and doubtless in other countries, have gathered their knowledge of English life almost entirely from Punch, and it would be difficult to imagine a more abundant and, on the whole, a more accurate informant. The accumulated volumes of this periodical contain evidence on a multitude of points of which there is no mention in the serious works, not even in the novels of the day. The smallest details of social habit are depicted there, and the oddities of a race of people in whom oddity is strangely compatible with the dominion of convention. That the ironical view of these things is given does not injure the force of the testimony, for the irony of Punch, strangely enough, has always been discreet, even delicate. It is a singular fact that, though taste is not supposed to be the strong point of the English mind, this eminently representative journal has rarely been guilty of a violation of decorum. The taste of Punch, like its good humor, has known very few lapses. The London Charivari, we remember how difficult it was in 1853 to arrive at the right pronunciation, has in this respect very little to envy its Parisian original. English comedy is coarse, French comedy is fine. That would be the general assumption, certainly, on the part of a French critic. But a comparison between the back volumes of the Charivari and the back volumes of Punch would make it necessary to modify this formula. English humor is simple, innocent, plain, a trifle insipid, apt to sacrifice to the graces, to the proprieties. But if Punch be our witness, English humor is not coarse. We are fortunately not obliged to declare just now what French humor appears to be, in the light of the Charivari, the Journal Amusant, the Journal pour rire. A Frenchman may say in perfect good faith that, to his sense, English drollery has doubtless every merit but that of being droll. French drollery, he may say, is salient, saltatory, whereas the English comic effort has little freedom of wing. The French in these matters like a great deal of salt, whereas the English, who spice their food very highly and have a cluster of sharp condiments on the table, take their caricatures comparatively mild. Punch, in short, is for the family. Punch may be sent up to the nursery. This surely may be admitted, and it is the fact that Punch is for the family that constitutes its high value. The family is, after all, the people, and a satirical sheet which holds up the mirror to this institution can hardly fail to be instructive. Yes, if it hold the mirror up impartially, we can imagine the foreign critic to rejoin, But in these matters the British caricaturist is not to be trusted. He slurs over a great deal, he omits a great deal more. He must above all things be proper, and there is a whole side of life which, in spite of his Juvenalian pretensions, he never touches at all. We must allow the foreign critic his supposed retort without taking space to answer back. We may imagine him to be a bit of a naturalist, and admit that it is perhaps because they are obliged to be proper that Leech and DuMaurier give us, on the whole, such a cleanly, healthy, friendly picture of English manners. Such sustained and inveterate propriety is in itself a great force. It takes in a good deal, as well as leaves out. The general impression that we derive from the long series of Punch is a very cheerful and favorable one. It speaks of a vigorous, good-humored, much civilized people. The good humor is, perhaps, the most striking point, not only the good humor of the artist who represents the scene, but that of the figures engaged in it. The difference is remarkable in this respect between Punch and the French comic papers. The wonderful Cham, who for so many years contributed to those sheets, had an extraordinary sense of the ludicrous and a boundless stock of facetious invention. He was strangely expressive. He could place a figure before you in the most violent action with half a dozen strokes of his pencil. But his people were like wildcats and scorpions. The temper of the French bourgeoisie, as represented by Cham, is a thing to make one take to one's heels. They perpetually tear and rend each other, show their teeth and their claws, kick each other downstairs, and pitch each other from windows. All this is in the highest degree farcical and grotesque, but at bottom it is almost horrible. It must be admitted that Cham and his wonderful colleague Daumier are much more horrible than Gavarni, who was admirably real, and at the same time capable of beauty and grace. Gavarni's women are charming; those of Cham and Daumier are monsters. There is nothing, or almost nothing, of the horrible in Punch. The author of these remarks has a friend whom he has heard more than once maintain the too ingenious thesis that the caricatures of Cham prove the French to be a cruel people. The same induction could, at least, never be made, even in an equal spirit of paradox, from the genial pages of Punch. If Punch is never horrible, it is because Punch is always superficial, for life is full of the horrible. So we may imagine our naturalistic objector to go on. However this may be, Punch is fortunate in having fallen on so smooth a surface. English life, as depicted by Leech and DuMaurier, and by that admirable Charles Keene, the best humored perhaps of the three, whose talent is so great that we have always wondered why it is not more comprehensive, is a compound of several very wholesome tastes: the love of the country, the love of action, the love of a harmless joke within the limits of due reverence, the love of sport, of horses and dogs, of family life, of children, of horticulture. With this there are a few other tastes of a less innocent kind, the love of ardent spirits, for instance, or of punching people's heads, or even the love of a lord. In Leech's drawings, country life plays a great part. His landscapes, in their extreme sketchiness, are often admirable. He gave in a few strokes the look of a hunting field in winter: the dark damp slopes, the black dense hedges, the low thick sky. He was very general. He touched on everything sooner or later, but he enjoyed his sporting subjects more than anything else. In this he was thoroughly English. No close observer of that people can fail to perceive that the love of sport is the thing that binds them most closely together. and in which they have the greatest number of feelings in common. Leech depicted with infinite vividness the accidents of the chase and of the fishing season, and his treatment of the horse in especial contributed greatly to his popularity. He understood the animal, he knew him intimately, he loved him, and he drew him as if he knew how to ride as well as to draw. The English forgive a great deal to those who ride well, and this is doubtless why the badness of some of the sporting subjects that have appeared in Punch since Leech's death has been tolerated. The artist has been presumed to have a good seat. Leech never made a mistake. He did well whatever he did, and it must be remembered that for many years he furnished the political cartoon to Punch as well as the smaller drawings. He was always amusing, always full of sense and point, always intensely English. His foreigner is always an inferior animal. His Frenchman is the Frenchman of Leicester Square, the Frenchman whom the Exhibition of 1851 revealed to the people of London. His point is perfectly perceptible. It is never unduly fine. His children are models of ruddy, chubby, shy, yet sturdy British babyhood, and nothing could be nicer than his young women. The English maiden in Leech is emphatically a nice girl, modest and fresh, simple and blooming, and destined evidently for use as much as for ornament. In those early days to which we referred at the beginning of this article, we were deeply in love with the young ladies of Leech, and we have never ceased to admire the simple art with which he made these hastily designed creatures conform unerringly to the English type. They have English eyes and English cheeks, English figures, English hands and feet, English ringlets, English petticoats. Leech was extremely observant, but he had not a strong imagination. He had a sufficient but not a high sense of beauty. His ideal of the beautiful had nothing of the unattainable. It was simply a résumé of the fresh faces he saw about him. The great thing, however, was that he was a natural, though not in the least an analytic or an exact draughtsman. His little figures live and move. Many of his little scenes are stamped on the memory. I have spoken of his representations of the country, but his town pictures are numerous and capital. He knew his London, and his sketches of the good people of that metropolis are as happy as his episodes in the drawing room and the hunting field. He was admirably broad and free, and no one in his line has had more than he the knack of giving what is called a general effect. He conveys at times the look of the London streets, the color, the temperature, the damp blackness. He does the winter weather to perfection. Long before I had seen it, I was acquainted through his sketches with the aspect of Baker Street in December. Out of such a multitude of illustrations it is difficult to choose. The 2 volumes of Sketches of Life and Character, transferred from Punch, are a real museum. But I recall, for instance, the simple little sketch of the worthy man up to his neck in bed on a January morning, to whom, on the other side of the door, the prompt housemaid, with her hammer in her hand, announces that "I have just broken the ice in your bath, sir." The black cold dawn, the very smell of the early chill, that raw sootiness of the London winter air, the red nose of the housemaid, the unfashionable street seen through the window, impart a peculiar vividness to the small inky-looking woodcut. End of Chapter 10, Part 1. Georges DuMaurier. Chapter 10, Part 2 of Partial Portraits by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Chapter 10, Part 2. Georges DuMaurier. We have said too much about Leech, however, and the purpose of these remarks is not to commemorate his work. Punch for the last 15 years has been, artistically speaking, Georges DuMaurier. We ought perhaps before this to have said that none of our observations are to be taken as applying to the letter press of the comic journal, which has probably never been fully appreciated in America. It has employed other talents than his, notably Charles Keene, who is as broad, as jovial, as English (half his jokes are against Scotchmen) as Leech, but whose sense of the beautiful, the delicate, is inferior even to Leech's. But for a great many people, certainly in America, DuMaurier has long been, as I say, the successor of Leech, the embodiment of the pictorial spirit of Punch. Shut up in the narrow limits of black and white, without space, without color, without the larger opportunities, DuMaurier has nevertheless established himself as an exquisite talent and a genuine artist. He is not so much of a laugher as Leech. He deals in the smile rather than the laugh, but he is a much deeper observer, and he carries his drawing infinitely further. He has not Leech's animal spirits, a want of boyishness, a tendency to reflection, to lowness of tone, as his own Postlethwaite would say, is perhaps his limitation. But his seriousness, if he be too serious, is that of the satirist as distinguished from the simple joker. And if he reflects, he does so in the literal sense of the word, holds up a singularly polished and lucid mirror to the drama of English society. More than 20 years ago, when he began to draw in Once a Week, that not very long-lived periodical which set out on its career with a high pictorial standard, it was apparent that the careful young artist, who finished his designs very highly and signed them with a French name, stood very much upon his own feet. The earliest things of his that we know have the quality which has made him distinguished today, the union of a great sense of beauty with a great sense of reality. It was apparent from the first that this was not a simple and uniform talent, but a gift that had sprung from a combination of sources. It is important to remember, in speaking of DuMaurier, who is one of the pillars of the British journal par excellence, that he has French blood in his veins. Georges DuMaurier, as we understand his history, was born in England, of a French father and an English mother, but was removed to France in his early years and educated according to the customs of that country. Later, however, he returned to England, and it would not be difficult for a careful student of his drawings to guess that England is the land of his predilection. He has drawn a great many French figures, but he has drawn them as one who knows them rather than as one who loves them. He has perhaps been, as the phrase is, a little hard upon the French. At any rate, he has been decidedly easy for the English. The latter are assuredly a very handsome race, but if we were to construct an image of them from the large majority of DuMaurier's drawings, we should see before us a people of gods and goddesses. This does not alter the fact that there is a very Gallic element in some of DuMaurier's gifts, his fineness of perception, his remarkable power of specifying types. His taste, his grace, his lightness, a certain refinement of art. It is hard to imagine that a talent so remarkable should not have given early evidences. But in spite of such evidences, DuMaurier was, on the threshold of manhood, persuaded by those to whom it was his duty to listen, to turn his attention, as Mrs. Micawber says, to chemistry. He pursued this science without enthusiasm, though he had for some time a laboratory of his own. Before long, however, the laboratory was converted into a studio. His talent insisted on its liberty, and he committed himself to the plastic. He studied this charming element in Paris, at Dusseldorf. He began to work in London. This period of his life was marked by a great calamity, which has left its trace on his career and his work, and which it is needful to mention in order to speak with any fairness of these things. Abruptly, without a warning, his eyesight partly forsook him, and his activity was cruelly threatened. It is a great pleasure, in alluding to this catastrophe, to be able to speak of it as a signal example of difficulty vanquished. Georges DuMaurier was condemned to many dark days, at the end of which he learned that he should have to carry on his task for the rest of his life with less than half a man's portion of the sense most valuable to the artist. The beautiful work that he has produced in such abundance for so many years has been achieved under restrictions of vision which might well have made any work impossible. It is permitted, accordingly, to imagine that if the artist had had the usual resources, we should not at the present moment have to consider him simply as an accomplished draughtsman in black and white. It is impossible to look at many of his drawings without perceiving that they are full of the art of the painter, and that the form they have taken, charming as it has been, is arbitrary and inadequate. John Leech died on 27th October 1864, and the first sketches in Punch that we recognize as DuMaurier's appeared in that year. The very earliest that we have detected belong indeed to 5th December 1863. These beginnings are slight and sketchy head pieces and vignettes. The first regular picture, with a legend beneath it, that we remember is of the date of 11th June 1864. It represents a tipsy waiter or college servant on a staircase where he has smashed a trayful of crockery. We perceive nothing else of importance for some time after this, but suddenly his hand appears again in force, and from the summer of 1865 its appearances are frequent. The finish and delicacy, the real elegance of these early drawings are extreme. The hand was already the hand of a brilliant executant. No such manner as this had hitherto been seen in Punch. By the time one had recognized that it was not a happy accident, but an accomplished habit, it had become the great feature, the attraction of the comic journal. Punch had never before suspected that it was so artistic, had never taken itself in such matters so seriously. Much the larger part of DuMaurier's work has been done for Punch, but he has designed as well many illustrations for books. The most charming of these, perhaps, are the drawings he executed in 1868 for a new edition of Thackeray's Esmond, which had been preceded several years before by a set of designs for Mrs. Gaskell's Wives and Daughters, first ushered into the world as a serial in the Cornhill. To the Cornhill for many years DuMaurier has every month contributed an illustration. He has reproduced every possible situation that is likely to be encountered in the English novel of manners. He has interpreted pictorially innumerable flirtations, wooings, philanderings, ruptures. The interest of the English novel of manners is frequently the interest of the usual. The situations presented to the artist are apt to lack superficial strangeness. A lady and gentleman sitting in a drawing room, a lady and a gentleman going out to walk, a sad young woman watching at a sickbed, a handsome young man lighting a cigarette. This is the range of incident through which the designer is called upon to move. But in these drawing room and flower garden episodes the artist is thoroughly at home. He accepts, of course, the material that is given him, but we fancy him much more easily representing quiet, harmonious things than depicting deeds of violence. It is a noticeable fact that in Punch, where he has his liberty, he very seldom represents such deeds. His occasional departures from this habit are of a sportive and fantastic sort, in which he ceases to pretend to be real. Like the dream of the timorous Jenkins, 15th February 1868, who sees himself hurled to destruction by a colossal foreshortened cab horse. DuMaurier's fantastic, we speak of the extreme manifestations of it, is always admirable, ingenious, unexpected, pictorial, so much so that we have often wondered that he should not have cultivated this vein more largely. As a general thing, however, in these excursions into the impossible, it is some charming impossibility that he offers us, a picture of some happy contrivance which would make life more diverting, such as the playing of lawn tennis on skates, on a lawn of ice, or the faculty on the part of young men on bicycles of carrying their sweethearts behind them on a pillion. We recommend the reader to turn to Punch's Almanac for 1865, in which two brilliant full-page illustrations represent the probable results of the Acclimatization Society. Nothing could be fuller of delicate fancy and of pictorial facility than this prophecy of the domestication in the London streets, and by the Serpentine, of innumerable strange beasts, giraffes, ostriches, zebras, kangaroos, hippopotami, elephants, lions, panthers. Speaking of strange beasts, the strangest of all, perhaps, is the wonderful big dog who has figured of late years in DuMaurier's drawings, and who has probably passed with many persons as a kind of pictorial caprice. He is depicted as of such supercanine proportions, quite overshadowing and dwarfing the amiable family to whom he is represented as belonging, that he might be supposed to be another illustration of the artist's turn for the heroic in the graceful. But, as it happens, he is not an invention, but a portrait, the portrait of a magnificent original, a literally gigantic St. Bernard, the property of the artist, the biggest, the handsomest, the most benignant of all domesticated shaggy things. We think we are safe in saying that those ruder forms of incongruity, which as a general thing constitute the stock in trade of the caricaturist, fail to commend themselves to this particular satirist. He is too fond of the beautiful. His great passion is for the lovely, not for what is called ideal beauty, which is usually a matter of not very successful guesswork, but for loveliness observed in the life and manners around him, and reproduced with a generous desire to represent it as usual. The French express a certain difference better than we. They talk of those who see en beau, and those who see en laid. DuMaurier is as highly developed an example as we could desire of the former tendency, just as Cham and Daumier are examples of the latter, just too, if we may venture to select instances from the staff of Punch, as Charles Keene and Linley Sambourne are examples of the latter. DuMaurier can see ugliness wonderfully well when he has a strong motive for looking for it, as witness so many of the figures in his crusade against the "aesthetic" movement. Who could be uglier than Maudle and Postlethwaite and all the other apparitions from passionate Brompton? Who could have more bulging foreheads, more protuberant eyes, more retreating jaws, more sloping shoulders, more objectionable hair, more of the signs generally of personal debility? To say, as we said just now, that DuMaurier carries his specification of types very far, is to say mainly that he defines with peculiar completeness his queer people, his failures, his grotesques. But it strikes us that it is just this vivid and affectionate appreciation of beauty that makes him do such justice to the eccentrics. We have heard his ugly creations called malignant, compared, to their disadvantage, with similar figures in Leech. Leech, it was said, is always good-natured and jovial, even in the excesses of caricature, whereas his successor, with a much greater brilliancy of execution, betrays, in dealing with the oddities of the human family, a taint of French ferocity. We think the discrimination fallacious, and it is only because we do not believe DuMaurier's reputation for amiability to be really in danger that we do not hasten to defend him from the charge of ferocity, French or English. The fact is, he attempts discriminations that Leech never dreamt of. Leech's characterizations are all simple, whereas DuMaurier's are extremely complicated. He would like everyone to be tall and straight and fair, to have a well-cut mouth and chin, a well-poised head, well-shaped legs, an air of nobleness, of happy development. He perceives, however, that nature plays us some dreadful tricks, and he measures her departure from these beautiful conditions with extreme displeasure. He regrets it with all the force of his appreciation of the beautiful, and he feels the strongest desire to indicate the culpability of the aberration. He has an artistic aesthetic need to make ugly people as ugly as they are. He holds that such serious facts should not be superficially treated. And then, besides that, his fancy finds a real entertainment in the completeness, in the perfection of certain forms of facial queerness. No one has rendered like DuMaurier the ridiculous little people who crop up in the interstices of that huge and complicated London world. We have no such finished types as these in America. If the English find us all a little odd, oddity in American society never ripens and rounds itself off so perfectly as in some of these products of a richer tradition. All those English terms of characterization which exist in America at the most only as precarious exotics, but which are on everyone's lips in England, the snob, the cad, the prig, the duffer, DuMaurier has given us 1,000 times the figure they belong to. No one has done the duffer so well. There are 100 variations of the countenance of Mr. McJoseph, the gentleman commemorated in Punch on the 19th August, 1876, or the even happier physiognomy of the other gentleman who, on the 2nd November, 1872, says to a lady that he never feels safe from the British snob till he is south of the Danube, and to whom the lady retorts, "And what do the South Danubians say?" This personage is in profile. His face is fat, complacent, cautious. His hair and whiskers have as many curves and flourishes as the signature of a writing master. He is an incarnation of certain familiar elements of English life: the great middle class, the philistinism, the absence of irony, the smugness and literalism. DuMaurier is full of soft irony. He has that infusion of it which is indispensable to an artistic nature, and we may add that in this respect he seems to us more French than English. This quality has helped him immensely to find material in the so-called aesthetic movement of the last few years. None of his duffers have been so good as his aesthetic duffers. But of this episode we must wait a little to speak. The point that, for the moment, we wish to make is, that he has a peculiar perception of the look of breeding, of race, and that, left to himself, as it were, he would ask nothing better than to make it the prerogative of all his characters. Only he is not left to himself. For, looking about into the world, he perceives Sir Gorgius Midas and Mr. Macjoseph, and a whole multitude of the vulgar who have not been cultivated like orchids and racehorses. But his extreme inclination to give his figures the benefit of the supposition that most people have the feelings of gentlemen makes him, as we began by saying, a very happy interpreter of those frequent works of fiction of which the action goes on for the most part in the drawing room of the British country house. Every drawing room, unfortunately, is not a home of the graces. But for the artist, given such an apartment, a group of quiet, well-shaped people is more or less implied. The fashionable novel, as it flourished about 1830, is no more, and its extinction is not to be regretted. We believe it was rarely accompanied with illustrations. But if it were to be revived, DuMaurier would be the man to make the pictures of people rather slim and still, with long necks and limbs so straight that they look stiff, who might be treated with the amount of derision justified, if the fashionable novel of 1830 is to be believed, by their passion for talking bad French. We have been looking over the accumulations of Punch for the last 20 years, and DuMaurier's work, which during this long period is remarkably abundant and various, has given us more impressions than we can hope to put into form. The result of sitting for several hours at such a banquet of drollery, of poring over so many caricatures, of catching the point of so many jokes, is a kind of indigestion of the visual sense. This is especially the case if one happens to be liable to confusions and lapses of memory. Every picture, every pleasantry drives the last out of the mind, and even the figures we recall best get mixed up with another story than their own. The early drawings, as a general thing, are larger than the late ones. We believe that the artist was obliged to make them large in order to make them at all. They were then photographed, much reduced upon the block, and it is impossible to form an idea of the delicacy of DuMaurier's work without having seen the designs themselves, which are in pen and ink. As the years have gone on, the artist has apparently been able to use a shorter stroke. There has been less need of reducing it, and the full-page picture has become more rare. The wealth of execution was sometimes out of proportion to the jest beneath the cut. The joke might be as much or as little of a joke as one would. The picture was at any rate, before all things, a picture. What could be more charming than the drawing, 24th October 1868, of the unconscious Oriana and the ingenious Jones? It is a real work of art, a thing to have had the honors of color and of the line at the Academy, and that the artist should have been able to give it to us for 3d. on the reverse of a printed page is a striking proof of his affluence. The unconscious Oriana, she is drawn very large, sits in the foreground in the shadow of some rocks that ornament the sands at a bathing place. Her beautiful hair falls over her shoulders. She has been taking her bath and has hung her tresses out to dry, and her charming eyes are bent upon the second volume of a novel. The beach stretches away into the distance with all the expression of space, and here the ingenious Jones carries out his little scheme of catching a portrait of the object, an object profoundly indifferent of his adoration. He pretends to sit to an itinerant photographer, and apparently places himself in the line of the instrument, which in reality, thanks to a private understanding with the artist, is focused upon the figure of his mistress. There is not much landscape in DuMaurier. The background is almost always an interior, but whenever he attempts an outdoor scene, he does it admirably. What could be prettier and at the same time more real than the big view, 9th September, 1876, of the low tide on Scarborough's sands. We forget the joke, but we remember the scene. 2 or 3 figures, with their backs to us, leaning over a terrace or balcony in the foreground, and looking down at the great expanse of the uncovered beach, which is crowded with the activities of a populous bathing place. The bathers, the walkers, the machines, the horses, the dogs, are seen with distinctness, a multitude of little black points, as under a magnifying glass. The whole place looks vast and swarming, and the particular impression the artist wished to convey is thoroughly caught. The particular impression, that is the great point with DuMaurier. His intention is never vague. He likes to specify the place, the hour, the circumstances. We forget the joke, but we remember the scene. This may easily happen as one looks over DuMaurier's work. We frankly confess that though he often amuses us, he never strikes us primarily as a joker. It is not the exuberance of his humor, but the purity of his line that arrests us, and we think of him much less as a purveyor of fun than as a charming draughtsman who has been led by circumstances to cultivate a vein of pleasantry. At every turn we find the fatal gift of beauty, by which we mean that his people are so charming that their prettiness throws the legend into the shade. Beauty comes so easily to him that he lavishes it with unconscious freedom. If he represents Angelina reprimanding the housemaid, it is 10 to 1 that Angelina will be a Juno and the housemaid a Hebe. Whatever be the joke, this element of grace almost makes the picture serious. The point, of course, is not that Angelina should be lovely, but that the housemaid should be ridiculous. And you feel that if you should call the artist's attention to this, he would reply, "I am really very sorry, but she is the plainest woman I can make, for the money." This is what happens throughout. His women, and we may add his children, being monotonously, incorrigibly fair. He is exceedingly fond of children. He has represented them largely at every age and in every attitude. But we can scarcely recall an instance of his making them anything but beautiful. They are always delightful. They are the nicest children in the world. They say droll things, but they never do ugly ones, and their whole child world is harmonious and happy. We might have referred that critic whom we quoted above, who observed in DuMaurier's manner the element of ferocity, to the leniency of his treatment of the rising generation. The children of Cham are little monsters, so are Daumier's, and the infants of Gavarni, with a grace of their own, like everything he drew, are simply rather diminutive and rather more sophisticated adults. DuMaurier is fond of large families, of the picturesqueness of the British nursery. He is a votary of the culte du bébé, and has never a happier touch than when he represents a blooming brood walking out in gradations of size. The pretty points of children are intimately known to him, and he throws them into high relief. He understands, moreover, the infant wardrobe as well as the infant mind. His little boys and girls are turned out with a completeness which has made the despair of many an American mother. It may perhaps appear invidious to say that the little girls are even nicer than the little boys, but this is no more than natural, with the artist's delicate appreciation of female loveliness. It begins, to his vision, in the earliest periods, and goes on increasing, till it is embodied in the stature of those slim Junos of whom we have spoken. End of Chapter 10, Part 2. Georges DuMaurier. Chapter 10, Part 3 of Partial Portraits by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Chapter 10, Part 3. Georges DuMaurier. It is easy to see that DuMaurier is of the eminently justifiable opinion that nothing in the world is so fair as the fairness of fair women. And if so many of his women are fair, it is to be inferred that he has a secret for drawing out their advantages. This secret, indeed, is simply that fineness of perception of which we have already had occasion to speak, and to which it is necessary so often to refer. He is evidently of the opinion that almost any woman has beauty if you look at her in the right way, carefully enough, intelligently enough, and that a fortiori the exceptionally handsome women contain treasures of plasticity. Feminine line and surface, curves of shoulder, stretches of arm, turns of head, undulations of step, are matters of attentive study to him, and his women have for the most part the art of looking as if they excelled in amiability as much as in contour. We know a gentleman who, on being requested to inscribe himself on one of those formidable folios kept in certain houses, in which you indite the name of your favorite flower, favorite virtue, favorite historical character, wrote in the compartment dedicated to the 3 favorite qualities in a woman the simple words, "Grace, grace, grace." DuMaurier might have been this gentleman, for his women are inveterately and imperturbably graceful. We have heard people complain of it, complain, too, that they all look alike, that they are always sisters, all products of a single birth. They have indeed a mutual resemblance, but when once the beautiful type has been found, we see no reason why, from a restless love of change, the artist should depart from it. We should feel as if DuMaurier had been fickle and faithless, if he were suddenly to cease to offer us the tall, tranquil persons he understands so well. They have an inestimable look of repose, a kind of Greek serenity. There is a figure in a cut of which we have forgotten both the point and the date. We mention it at hazard, it is 1 in 100, which only needed to be modeled in clay to be a truly important creation. A couple of children address themselves to a youthful aunt, who leans her hand upon a toilet table, presenting her back, clothed in a loose gown, not gathered in at the waist, to the spectator. Her charming pose, the way her head slowly turns, the beautiful folds of her robe, make her look more like a statuette in a museum than like a figure in Punch. We have forgotten what the children are saying, but we remember her charming attitude, which is a capital example of the love of beauty for beauty's sake. It is the same bias as the characteristic of the poet. The intention of these remarks has been supposed to be rather a view of DuMaurier in his relation to English society than a technical estimate of his powers, a line of criticism to which we may already appear unduly to have committed ourselves. He is predominantly a painter of social as distinguished from popular life. And when the other day he collected some of his drawings into a volume, he found it natural to give them the title of English Society at Home. He looks at the luxurious classes more than at the people, though he by no means ignores the humors of humble life. His consideration of the peculiarities of costermongers and cadgers is comparatively perfunctory, as he is too fond of civilization and of the higher refinements of the grotesque. His colleague, the frank and objective Kean, has a more natural familiarity with the British populace. There is a whole side of English life at which DuMaurier scarcely glances, the great sporting element, which supplies half of their gaiety and all their conversation to millions of Her Majesty's subjects. He is shy of the turf and of the cricket field. He only touches here and there upon the river, but he has made society completely his own. He has sounded its depths, explored its mysteries, discovered and divulged its secrets. His observation of these things is extraordinarily acute, and his illustrations taken together form a complete comedy of manners, in which the same personages constantly reappear, so that we have the sense, indispensable to keenness of interest, of tracing their adventures to a climax. So many of the conditions of English life are spectacular, and to American eyes even romantic, that DuMaurier has never been at a loss for subjects. He may have been at a loss for his joke. We hardly see how he could fail to be, at the rate at which he has been obliged to produce. But we repeat that to ourselves the joke is the least part of the affair. We mean that he is never at a loss for scenes. English society makes scenes all round him, and he has only to look to see the most charming combinations, which at the same time have the merit that you can always take the satirical view of them. He sees, for instance, the people in the park, the crowd that gathers under the trees on June afternoons to watch the spectacle of the Row, with the slow, solemn jostle of the drive going on behind it. Such a spectacle as this may be vain and unprofitable to a mind bent upon higher business, but it is full of material for the artist, who finds a fund of inspiration in the thousand figures, faces, types, accidents, attitudes. The way people stand and sit, the way they stroll and pause, the way they lean over the rail to talk to one of the riders, the way they stare and yawn and bore themselves. These things are charming to DuMaurier, who always reproduces the act with wonderful fidelity. This we should bear in mind, having spoken above of his aversion to the violent. He has indeed a preference for quiet and gradual movements, but it is not in the least because he is not able to make the movement definite. No one represents a particular attitude better than he, and it is not too much to say that the less flagrant the attitude, the more latent its intention, the more successfully he represents it. The postures people take while they are waiting for dinner, while they are thinking what to say, while they are pretending to listen to music, while they are making speeches they don't mean, the thousand strange and dreary expressions of face and figure, which the detached mind may catch at any moment, in wandering over a collection of people who are supposed to be amusing themselves in a superior manner. All this is entirely familiar to DuMaurier. He renders it with inimitable fidelity. His is the detached mind. He takes refuge in the divine independence of art. He reproduces to the life the gentleman who is looking with extraordinary solemnity at his boots, the lady who is gazing with sudden rapture at the ceiling, the grimaces of 50 people who would be surprised at their reflection if the mirror were suddenly to be presented to them. In such visions as these, of course, the comical mingles with the beautiful, and fond as DuMaurier is of the beautiful, it is sometimes heroically sacrificed. At any rate, the comic effect is, in the drawing, never missed. The legend that accompanies it may sometimes appear to be wanting in the grossest drollery, but the expression of the figures is always such that you must say, "How he has hit it!" This is the kind of comedy in which DuMaurier excels, the comedy of those social relations in which the incongruities are pressed beneath the surface, so that the picture has need of a certain amount of explanation. The explanation is often rather elaborate. In many cases one may almost fancy that the image came first and the motive afterward. That is, it looks as if the artist, having seen a group of persons in certain positions, had said to himself, they must, or at least they may, be saying so and so. and then had represented these positions and affixed the interpretation. He passes over none of those occasions on which society congregates, the garden party, the picnic, the flower show, the polo match. Though he has not much cultivated the humors of sport, he has represented polo more than once, and he has done ample justice to lawn tennis, just as he did it years ago to the charming, dawdling, spooning tedium of croquet, which he depicted as played only by the most adorable young women, with the most diminutive feet. But he introduces us more particularly to indoor entertainments, to the London dinner party and all those variations which cover such a general sameness, to the afternoon tea, to the fashionable squash, to the late and suffocating small and early, to the scientific conversazioni, to the evening with a little music. His musical parties are numerous and admirable. He has exposed in perfection the weak points of those entertainments, the infatuated tenor bawling into the void of the public indifference, the air of lassitude that pervades the company, the woebegone look of certain faces, the false and overacted attention of certain others, the young lady who is wishing to sing, and whose mamma is glaring at the young lady who is singing, the bristling heads of foreigners of the professional class, which stand out against the sleekness of British respectability. DuMaurier understands the foreigner as no caricaturist has done hitherto, and we hasten to add that his portraits of continental types are never caricatures. They are serious studies, in which the idiosyncrasies of the race in question are vividly presented. His Germans would be the best if his French folk were not better still. But he has rendered most happily the aspect, and indeed the very temperament, of the German pianist. He has not often attempted the American, and the American reader who turns over the back volumes of Punch and encounters the cartoons born under an evil star, in which, during the long weary years of the war, the obedient pencil of Mr. Tenniel contributed at the expense of the American physiognomy to the gaiety of nations, will not perhaps regret that DuMaurier should have avoided this particular field of portraiture. It is not, however, that he has not occasionally been inspired by the American girl, whom he endows with due prettiness, as in the case of the two transatlantic young ladies who, in the presence of a fine Alpine view, exclaim to a British admirer, "My, ain't it rustic!" As for the French, he knows them intimately, as he has a right to do. He thinks better of the English, of course, but his Frenchman is a very different affair from the Frenchman of Leech, the Frenchman who is seasick, as if it were the appanage of his race alone, on the Channel steamer. In such a matter as this, DuMaurier is really psychological. He is versed in the qualities which illustrate the difference of race. He accentuates first, of course, the physical variation. He contrasts, with a subtlety which may not at first receive all the credit it deserves, the long, fair English body, inclined to the bony, the lean, the angular, with the short, plump French personality, in which the neck is rarely a feature, in which the stomach is too much of one, in which the calves of the legs grow fat, in which, in the women, several of the joints, the wrists, the shape of the hand, are apt to be charming. Some of his happiest drawings are reminiscences of a midsummer sojourn at a French watering place. We have long been in the habit of looking for Punch with peculiar impatience at this season of the year. When the artist goes to France, he takes his big dog with him, and he has more than once commemorated the effect of this impressive member of a quiet English family upon the Norman and Breton populations. There have appeared at this time certain anecdotic pictures of English travelers in French towns, in shops, markets, tram-cars, in which some of the deeper disparities of the two peoples have been, under the guise of its being all a joke, very sufficiently exposed. DuMaurier, on the whole, does justice to the French. His English figures in these international tableaux by no means always come off best. When the English family of many persons troops into the charcutier or the perfumer's, and stand planted there, mute, inexpressive, perpendicular, the demonstrations, the professions, the abundant speech of the neat, plump, insinuating boutiquière are a well-intended tribute to the high civilization of her country. DuMaurier has done the low foreigner of the London or of his native streets, the foreigner whose unspeakable baseness prompts the Anglo-Saxon observer to breathe the Pharisee's vow of thanks that he is not as these people are. But, as we have seen, he has done the low Englishman quite as well. The Ari of the London music halls, the companion of Ansa Mariette and Mr. Belleville. DuMaurier's rendering of Ari's countenance, with its bloated purple bloom, of Ari's figure, carriage, and costume, of his deportment at the fancy fair, where the professional beauties solicit his custom, is a triumph of exactitude. One of the most poignant of the drawings that illustrate his ravages in our civilization is the large design which, a year or two ago, represented the narrow canal beneath the Bridge of Sighs. The hour is evening, and the period is the detested date at which the penny steamer was launched upon the winding waterways of the loveliest city in the world. The odious little vessel, belching forth a torrent of black smoke, passes under the covered arch which connects the ducal palace with the ducal prison. Ansa Mariette and Mr. Belleville, personally conducted, are, of course, on board, and Mariette remarks that the Bridge of Sighs isn't much of a size after all, to which her companion rejoins that it has been immortalized by Byron anyway. "'Im as wrote our boys, you know." This fragment of dialogue expresses concisely the arguments both for and against the importation of the cheap and nasty into Venetian waters. Returning for a moment to DuMaurier's sketches of the French, we must recall the really interesting design in which, at a child's party at the casino of a station balnéaire, a number of little natives are inviting a group of English children to dance. The French children have much the better manners. They make their little bows with a smile, they click their heels together, and crook their little arms as they offer them to their partners. The sturdy British infants are dumb, mistrustful, vaguely bewildered. Presently you perceive that in the very smart attire of the gracious little Gauls everything is wrong. Their high heels, their poor little legs, at once too bare and too much covered, their superfluous sashes and scarves. The small English are invested in plain jerseys and knickerbockers. The whole thing is a pearl of observation, of reflection. Let us recall also the rebuke administered to Monsieur Dubois, the distinguished young man of science who, just arrived from Paris and invited to dine by the Duke of Stilton, mentions this latter fact in apology for being late to a gentleman to whose house he goes on leaving the Duke's. This gentleman, assisted by Mr. Grigsby, both of them specimens of the snob Philistine, whom DuMaurier has brought to such perfection, reprehends him in a superior manner for his rashness, reminds him that in England it is not usual for a professional man to allude in that promiscuous manner to having dined with a duke, a privilege which Grigsby characterizes the perfection of consummate achievement. The advantage is here with poor Monsieur Dubois, who is a natural and sympathetic figure, a very genteel little Frenchman. The advantage is doubtless also with Mademoiselle Serrurier and her mother, though Mademoiselle is not very pretty, in a scene in which, just after the young lady has been singing at Mrs. Ponsonby de Tompkins', the clever Mrs. Ponsonby plays her off on the Duchess as an inducement to come to another party, and then plays the Duchess off on the little vocalist and her mother, who, in order to secure the patronage of the Duchess, promise to come to the entertainment in question. The clever Mrs. Ponsonby thus gets both the Duchess and the vocalist for nothing. The broad-faced French girl, with small salient eyes, her countenance treated in the simplest and surest manner, is a capital specimen of DuMaurier's skill in race portraiture, and though they may be a knowing couple in their way, we are sure that she and her mamma are incapable of the machinations of Mrs. Ponsonby de Tompkins. This lady is a real creation. She is an incident of one of the later phases of DuMaurier's activity, a child of the age which has also produced Mrs. Cimabue Brown and Messrs. Maudle and Postlethwaite. She is not one of the heroines of the aesthetic movement, though we may be sure she dabbles in that movement so far as it pays to do so. Mrs. Ponsonby de Tompkins is a little of everything in so far as anything pays. She is always on the lookout. She never misses an opportunity. She is not a specialist, for that cuts off too many opportunities, and the aesthetic people have the tort, as the French say, to be specialists. No, Mrs. Ponsonby de Tompkins is, what shall we call her? Well, she is the modern social spirit. She is prepared for everything. She is ready to take advantage of everything. She would invite Mr. Bradlaugh to dinner if she thought the Duchess would come to meet him. The Duchess is her great achievement. She never lets go of her Duchess. She is young, very nice-looking, slim, graceful, indefatigable. She tires poor Ponsonby completely out. She can keep going for hours after poor Ponsonby is reduced to stupefaction. This unfortunate husband is indeed almost always stupefied. He is not, like his wife, a person of imagination. She leaves him far behind, though he is so inconvertible that if she were a less superior person, he would have been a sad encumbrance. He always figures in the corner of the scenes in which she distinguishes herself, separated from her by something like the gulf that separated Caliban from Ariel. He has his hands in his pockets, his head poked forward. What is going on is quite beyond his comprehension. He vaguely wonders what his wife will do next. Her maneuvers quite transcend him. Mrs. Ponsonby de Tompkins always succeeds. She is never at fault. She is as quick as the instinct of self-preservation. She is the little London lady who is determined to be a greater one. She pushes, pushes, gently but firmly, always pushes. At last she arrives. It is true that she had only the other day, on 29th June 1882, a considerable failure. We refer the reader to the little incident of Madame Gaminon in the Punch for that date. But she will recover from it. She has already recovered from it. She is not even afraid of Sir Gorgius Midas, of the dreadful Midas Junior. She pretends to think Lady Midas the most elegant of women. When it is necessary to flatter, she lays it on, as with a trowel. She hesitates at nothing. She is very modern. If she doesn't take the aesthetic line more than is necessary, she finds it necessary to take it a little. For if we are to believe DuMaurier, the passion for strange raiment and blue china has, during the last few years, made ravages in the London world. We may be sure that Mrs. Ponsonby de Tompkins has an array of fragile discs attached to her walls, and that she can put in a word about Botticelli at the right moment. She is far, however, from being a representative of aestheticism, for her hair is very neatly arranged, and her dress looks French and superficial. In Mrs. Cimabue Brown we see the priestess of the aesthetic cult, and this lady is on the whole a different sort of person. She knows less about duchesses, but she knows more about dados. DuMaurier's good-natured chaff of the eccentricities of the plastic sense, so newly and so strangely awakened in England, has perhaps been the most brilliant episode of his long connection with Punch. He has invented Mrs. Cimabue Brown. He has invented Maudle and Postlethwaite. These remarkable people have had great success in America, and have contributed not a little to the curiosity felt in that country on the subject of the English Renaissance. Strange rumors and legends in relation to this great movement have made their way across the Atlantic. The sayings and doings of a mysterious body of people, devotees of the lovely and the precious, living in goodly houses and walking in gracious garments, were repeated and studied in our simpler civilization. There has not been as yet an American Renaissance, in spite of the taste for sincere sideboards and fragments of crockery. American interiors are perhaps today as gracious as English, but the movement in the United States has stopped at household furniture, has not yet set its mark upon speech and costume, much less upon the human physiognomy. DuMaurier, of course, has lent a good deal of his own fame to the vagaries he depicts, but it is certain that the new aesthetic life has had a good deal of reality. A great many people have discovered themselves to be fitted for it, both by nature and by grace, so that noses and chins, facial angles of every sort, shaped according to this higher rule, have become frequent in London society. This reaction of taste upon nature is really a marvel, and the miracle has not been repeated in America, nor, so far as we know, upon the continent of Europe. The love of Botticelli has actually remolded the features of several persons. London, for many seasons, was full of Botticelli women, with wan cheeks and weary eyes, enveloped in mystical, crumpled robes. Their language was apt to correspond with their faces. They talked in strange accents, with melancholy murmurs and cadences. They announced a gospel of joy, but their expression, their manners, were joyless. These peculiarities did not cross the ocean, for somehow the soil of the Western world was not as yet prepared for them. American ladies were even heard to declare that there was something in their constitution that would prevent their ever dressing like that. They had another ideal. They were committed to the whalebone. But meanwhile, as I say, there was something irritating, fascinating, mystifying in the light thrown on the subject by Punch. It seemed to many persons to be desired that we too should have a gospel of joy. American life was not particularly gracious, and if only the wind could be made to blow from the aesthetic quarter, a great many dry places would be refreshed. These desires perhaps have subsided, for Punch of late has rather neglected the Renaissance. Mrs. Cimabue Brown is advancing in years, and Messrs. Maudle and Postlethwaite have been through all their paces. The new aesthetic life, in short, shows signs of drawing to a close, after having, as many people tell us, effected a revolution in English taste, having at least, if not peopled the land with beauty, made certain consecrated forms of ugliness henceforth impossible. The whole affair has been very curious, and, we think, very characteristic of the English mind. The same episode 50 times repeated, 100 revolutions of taste, accompanied with an infinite expenditure of money, would fail to convince certain observant and possibly too skeptical strangers that the English are an aesthetic people. They have not a spontaneous artistic life. Their taste is a matter of conscience, reflection, duty, and the writer who in our time has appealed to them most eloquently on behalf of art, has rested his plea on moral standards, has talked exclusively of right and wrong. It is impossible to live much among them, to be a spectator of their habits, their manners, their arrangements, without perceiving that the artistic point of view is the last that they naturally take. The sense of manner is not part of their constitution. They arrive at it, as they have arrived at so many things, because they are ambitious, resolute, enlightened, fond of difficulties. But there is always a strange element either of undue apology or of exaggerated defiance in their attempts at the cultivation of beauty. They carry on their huge broad back a nameless mountain of conventions and prejudices, a dusky cloud of inaptitudes and fears, which casts a shadow upon the frank and confident practice of art. The consequence of all this is that their revivals of taste are even stranger than the abuses they are meant to correct. They are violent, voluntary, mechanical, wanting in grace, in tact, in the sense of humor and of proportion. A genuine artist like DuMaurier could not fail to perceive all this, and to perceive also that it gave him a capital opportunity. None of his queer people are so queer as some of these perverted votaries of joy. Excuse me, it is not a Botticelli. Before a Botticelli I am dumb, one of them says to a poor plain man who shows him a picture which has been attributed to that master. We have said already and repeated that DuMaurier has a great deal of irony, the irony of the thorough-going artist and of the observer who has a strain of foreign blood in his veins. There are certain pretensions that such a mind can never take seriously. In the artist there is of necessity, as it appears to us, a touch of the democrat, though perhaps he is as unlikely to have more than a certain dose of this disposition as he is to be wholly without it. Some of his drawings seem to us to have for the public he addresses a stinging democratic meaning. Like the adventure of Monsieur Dubois, of whom we have spoken, who had had the inconvenience of dining with a duke, or the reply of the young man who had had the inconvenience of dining with a duke, or the reply of the young man to whom Miss Midas remarks that he is the first commoner she has ever danced with. "And why is it the commoners have avoided you so?" Or the response of the German savant to Mrs. Lyon Hunter, who invites him to dine without his wife, though she is on his arm, to meet various great ladies whom she enumerates. "And pray, do you think they would not be respectable company for my wife?" DuMaurier possesses in perfection the independence of the genuine artist in the presence of 100 worldly superstitions and absurdities. We have said, however, that the morality, so to speak, of his drawings was a subordinate question. What we wish to insist upon is their completeness, their grace, their beauty, their rare pictorial character. It is an accident that the author of such things should not have been a painter, that he has not been an ornament of the English school. Indeed, with the restrictions to which he has so well accommodated himself, he is such an ornament. No English artistic work in these latter years has, in our opinion, been more exquisite in quality. 1883. End of Chapter 10, Part 3. Georges DuMaurier. Chapter 11 of Partial Portraits by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Chapter 11, Part 1. The Art of Fiction. I should not have affixed so comprehensive a title to these few remarks, necessarily wanting in any completeness, upon a subject the full consideration of which would carry us far, did I not seem to discover a pretext for my temerity in the interesting pamphlet lately published under this name by Mr. Walter Besant. Mr. Besant's lecture at the Royal Institution, the original form of his pamphlet, appears to indicate that many persons are interested in the art of fiction, and are not indifferent to such remarks as those who practice it may attempt to make about it. I am therefore anxious not to lose the benefit of this favorable association, and to edge in a few words under cover of the attention which Mr. Besant is sure to have excited. There is something very encouraging in his having put into form certain of his ideas on the mystery of story telling. It is a proof of life and curiosity on the part of the brotherhood of novelists as well as on the part of their readers. Only a short time ago it might have been supposed that the English novel was not what the French call discutable. It had no air of having a theory, a conviction, a consciousness of itself behind it, of being the expression of an artistic faith, the result of choice and comparison. I do not say it was necessarily the worse for that. It would take much more courage than I possess to intimate that the form of the novel as Dickens and Thackeray, for instance, saw it, had any taint of incompleteness. It was, however, naïf, if I may help myself out with another French word, and evidently, if it be destined to suffer in any way for having lost its naïveté, it has now an idea of making sure of the corresponding advantages. During the period I have alluded to, there was a comfortable, good-humored feeling abroad that a novel is a novel, as a pudding is a pudding, and that our only business with it could be to swallow it. But within a year or two, for some reason or other, there have been signs of returning animation. The era of discussion would appear to have been, to a certain extent, opened. Art lives upon discussion, upon experiment, upon curiosity, upon variety of attempt, upon the exchange of views and the comparison of standpoints. And there is a presumption that those times when no one has anything particular to say about it, and has no reason to give for practice or preference, though there may be times of honor, are not times of development, are times, possibly even, a little of dullness. The successful application of any art is a delightful spectacle, but the theory, too, is interesting, and though there is a great deal of the latter without the former, I suspect there has never been a genuine success that has not had a latent core of conviction. Discussion, suggestion, formulation, these things are fertilizing when they are frank and sincere. Mr. Besant has set an excellent example in saying what he thinks, for his part, about the way in which fiction should be written, as well as about the way in which it should be published. For his view of the art carried on into an appendix covers that too. Other laborers in the same field will doubtless take up the argument. They will give it the light of their experience, and the effect will surely be to make our interest in the novel a little more what it had for some time threatened to fail to be, a serious, active, inquiring interest, under protection of which this delightful study may, in moments of confidence, venture to say a little more what it thinks of itself. It must take itself seriously for the public to take it so. The old superstition about fiction being wicked has doubtless died out in England. but the spirit of it lingers in a certain oblique regard directed toward any story which does not more or less admit that it is only a joke. Even the most jocular novel feels in some degree the weight of the proscription that was formerly directed against literary levity. The jocularity does not always succeed in passing for orthodoxy. It is still expected, though perhaps people are ashamed to say it, that a production which is after all only a make-believe, for what else is a story, shall be in some degree apologetic, shall renounce the pretension of attempting really to represent life. This, of course, any sensible, wide-awake story declines to do, for it quickly perceives that the tolerance granted to it on such a condition is only an attempt to stifle it disguised in the form of generosity. The old evangelical hostility to the novel, which was as explicit as it was narrow, and which regarded it as little less favorable to our immortal part than a stage play, was in reality far less insulting. The only reason for the existence of a novel is that it does attempt to represent life. When it relinquishes this attempt, the same attempt that we see on the canvas of the painter, it will have arrived at a very strange pass. It is not expected of the picture that it will make itself humble in order to be forgiven. And the analogy between the art of the painter and the art of the novelist is, so far as I am able to see, complete. Their inspiration is the same, their process, allowing for the different quality of the vehicle, is the same, their success is the same. They may learn from each other, they may explain and sustain each other. Their cause is the same, and the honor of one is the honor of another. The Mahometans think a picture an unholy thing, but it is a long time since any Christian did. And it is therefore the more odd that in the Christian mind the traces, dissimulated though they may be, of a suspicion of the sister art should linger to this day. The only effectual way to lay it to rest is to emphasize the analogy to which I just alluded, to insist on the fact that as the picture is reality, so the novel is history. That is the only general description, which does it justice, that we may give of the novel. But history also is allowed to represent life. It is not, any more than painting, expected to apologize. The subject matter of fiction is stored up likewise in documents and records, and if it will not give itself away, as they say in California, it must speak with assurance, with the tone of the historian. Certain accomplished novelists have a habit of giving themselves away, which must often bring tears to the eyes of people who take their fiction seriously. I was lately struck, in reading over many pages of Anthony Trollope, with his want of discretion in this particular. In a digression, a parenthesis, or an aside, he concedes to the reader that he and this trusting friend are only making believe. He admits that the events he narrates have not really happened, and that he can give his narrative any turn the reader may like best. Such a betrayal of a sacred office seems to me, I confess, a terrible crime. It is what I mean by the attitude of apology, and it shocks me every whit as much in Trollope as it would have shocked me in Gibbon or Macaulay. It implies that the novelist is less occupied in looking for the truth, of course I mean, that he assumes, the premises that we must grant him, whatever they may be, than the historian, and in doing so, it deprives him at a stroke of all his standing room. To represent and illustrate the past, the actions of men, is the task of either writer, and the only difference that I can see is, in proportion as he succeeds, to the honor of the novelist, consisting as it does in his having more difficulty in collecting his evidence, which is so far from being purely literary. It seems to me to give him a great character, the fact that he has at once so much in common with the philosopher and the painter. This double analogy is a magnificent heritage. It is of all this evidently that Mr. Besant is full when he insists upon the fact that fiction is one of the fine arts, deserving in its turn of all the honors and emoluments that have hitherto been reserved for the successful profession of music, poetry, painting, architecture. It is impossible to insist too much on so important a truth, and the place that Mr. Besant demands for the work of the novelist may be represented a trifle less abstractedly by saying that he demands not only that it shall be reputed artistic, but that it shall be reputed very artistic indeed. It is excellent that he should have struck this note, for his doing so indicates that there was need of it, that his proposition may be to many people a novelty. One rubs one's eyes at the thought, but the rest of Mr. Besant's essay confirms the revelation. I suspect in truth that it would be possible to confirm it still further, and that one would not be far wrong in saying that in addition to the people to whom it has never occurred that a novel ought to be artistic, there are a great many others who, if this principle were urged upon them, would be filled with an indefinable mistrust. They would find it difficult to explain their repugnance, but it would operate strongly to put them on their guard. Art in our Protestant communities, where so many things have got so strangely twisted about, is supposed in certain circles to have some vaguely injurious effect upon those who make it an important consideration, who let it weigh in the balance. It is assumed to be opposed in some mysterious manner to morality, to amusement, to instruction. When it is embodied in the work of the painter, the sculptor is another affair. You know what it is. It stands there before you, in the honesty of pink and green and a gilt frame. You can see the worst of it at a glance, and you can be on your guard. But when it is introduced into literature, it becomes more insidious. There is danger of its hurting you before you know it. Literature should be either instructive or amusing, and there is in many minds an impression that these artistic preoccupations, the search for form, contribute to neither end, interfere indeed with both. They are too frivolous to be edifying, and too serious to be diverting, and they are, moreover, priggish and paradoxical and superfluous. That, I think, represents the manner in which the latent thought of many people who read novels as an exercise in skipping would explain itself if it were to become articulate. They would argue, of course, that a novel ought to be good, but they would interpret this term in a fashion of their own, which indeed would vary considerably from one critic to another. One would say that being good means representing virtuous and aspiring characters placed in prominent positions. Another would say that it depends on a happy ending, on a distribution at the last of prizes, pensions, husbands, wives, babies, millions, appended paragraphs, and cheerful remarks. Another still would say that it means being full of incident and movement, so that we shall wish to jump ahead, to see who was the mysterious stranger, and if the stolen will was ever found, and shall not be distracted from this pleasure by any tiresome analysis or description. But they would all agree that the artistic idea would spoil some of their fun. One would hold it accountable for all the description, another would see it revealed in the absence of sympathy. Its hostility to a happy ending would be evident, and it might even in some cases render any ending at all impossible. The ending of a novel is, for many persons, like that of a good dinner, a course of dessert and ices, and the artist in fiction is regarded as a sort of meddlesome doctor who forbids agreeable aftertastes. It is therefore true that this conception of Mr. Besant's of the novel as a superior form encounters not only a negative but a positive indifference. It matters little that as a work of art it should really be as little or as much of its essence to supply happy endings, sympathetic characters, and an objective tone, as if it were a work of mechanics. The association of ideas, however incongruous, might easily be too much for it, if an eloquent voice were not sometimes raised to call attention to the fact that it is at once as free and as serious a branch of literature as any other. Certainly this might sometimes be doubted in presence of the enormous number of works of fiction that appeal to the credulity of our generation, for it might easily seem that there could be no great character in a commodity so quickly and easily produced. It must be admitted that good novels are much compromised by bad ones, and that the field at large suffers discredit from overcrowding. I think, however, that this injury is only superficial, and that the superabundance of written fiction proves nothing against the principle itself. It has been vulgarized, like all other kinds of literature, like everything else today, and it has proved more than some kinds accessible to vulgarization. But there is as much difference as there ever was between a good novel and a bad one. The bad is swept with all the daubed canvases and spoiled marble into some unvisited limbo, or infinite rubbish yard beneath the back windows of the world, and the good subsists and emits its light and stimulates our desire for perfection. As I shall take the liberty of making but a single criticism of Mr. Besant, whose tone is so full of the love of his art, I may as well have done with it at once. He seems to me to mistake in attempting to say so definitely beforehand what sort of an affair the good novel will be. To indicate the danger of such an error as that has been the purpose of these few pages, to suggest that certain traditions on the subject, applied a priori, have already had much to answer for, and that the good health of an art which undertakes so immediately to reproduce life must demand that it be perfectly free. It lives upon exercise, and the very meaning of exercise is freedom. The only obligation to which in advance we may hold a novel without incurring the accusation of being arbitrary is that it be interesting. That general responsibility rests upon it, but it is the only one I can think of. The ways in which it is at liberty to accomplish this result of interesting us strike me as innumerable, and such as can only suffer from being marked out or fenced in by prescription. They are as various as the temperament of man, and they are successful in proportion as they reveal a particular mind different from others. A novel is, in its broadest definition, a personal, a direct impression of life. That, to begin with, constitutes its value, which is greater or less according to the intensity of the impression. But there will be no intensity at all, and therefore no value, unless there is freedom to feel and say. The tracing of a line to be followed, of a tone to be taken, of a form to be filled out, is a limitation of that freedom, and a suppression of the very thing that we are most curious about. The form, it seems to me, is to be appreciated after the fact. Then the author's choice has been made, his standard has been indicated. Then we can follow lines and directions, and compare tones and resemblances. Then, in a word, we can enjoy one of the most charming of pleasures. We can estimate quality. We can apply the test of execution. The execution belongs to the author alone. It is what is most personal to him, and we measure him by that. The advantage, the luxury, as well as the torment and responsibility of the novelist is that there is no limit to what he may attempt as an executant, no limit to his possible experiments, efforts, discoveries, successes. Here it is especially that he works, step by step, like his brother of the brush, of whom we may always say that he has painted his picture in a manner best known to himself. His manner is his secret, not necessarily a jealous one. He cannot disclose it as a general thing if he would. He would be at a loss to teach it to others. I say this with a due recollection of having insisted on the community of method of the artist who paints a picture and the artist who writes a novel. The painter is able to teach the rudiments of his practice, and it is possible from the study of good work, granted the aptitude, both to learn how to paint and to learn how to write. Yet it remains true, without injury to the rapprochement, that the literary artist would be obliged to say to his pupil much more than the other, "Ah, well, you must do it as you can." It is a question of degree, a matter of delicacy. If there are exact sciences, there are also exact arts, and the grammar of painting is so much more definite that it makes the difference. I ought to add, however, that if Mr. Besant says at the beginning of his essay that the laws of fiction may be laid down and taught with as much precision and exactness as the laws of harmony, perspective, and proportion, he mitigates what might appear to be an extravagance by applying his remark to general laws, and by expressing most of these rules in a manner with which it would certainly be unaccommodating to disagree. That the novelist must write from his experience, that his characters must be real and such as might be met with in actual life, that a young lady brought up in a quiet country village should avoid descriptions of garrison life, and a writer whose friends and personal experiences belong to the lower middle class should carefully avoid introducing his characters into society, that one should enter one's notes in a commonplace book, that one's figures should be clear in outline, that making them clear by some trick of speech or of carriage is a bad method, and describing them at length is a worse one, that English fiction should have a conscious moral purpose, that it is almost impossible to estimate too highly the value of careful workmanship, that is, of style, that the most important point of all is the story, that the story is everything. These are principles with most of which it is surely impossible not to sympathize. That remark about the lower middle class writer and his knowing his place is perhaps rather chilling, but for the rest I should find it difficult to dissent from any one of these recommendations. At the same time, I should find it difficult positively to assent to them, with the exception, perhaps, of the injunction as to entering one's notes in a commonplace book. They scarcely seem to me to have the quality that Mr. Besant attributes to the rules of the novelist, the precision and exactness of the laws of harmony, perspective, and proportion. They are suggestive, they are even inspiring, but they are not exact, though they are doubtless as much so as the case admits of, which is a proof of that liberty of interpretation for which I just contended. For the value of these different injunctions, so beautiful and so vague, is wholly in the meaning one attaches to them. The characters, the situation, which strike one as real, will be those that touch and interest one most, but the measure of reality is very difficult to fix. The reality of Don Quixote or of Mr. Micawber is a very delicate shade. It is a reality so colored by the author's vision that, vivid as it may be, one would hesitate to propose it as a model. One would expose oneself to some very embarrassing questions on the part of a pupil. It goes without saying that you will not write a good novel unless you possess the sense of reality. But it will be difficult to give you a recipe for calling that sense into being. Humanity is immense, and reality has myriad forms. The most one can affirm is that some of the flowers of fiction have the odor of it, and others have not. As for telling you in advance how your nosegay should be composed, that is another affair. It is equally excellent and inconclusive to say that one must write from experience. To our supposititious aspirant, such a declaration might savor of mockery. What kind of experience is intended, and where does it begin and end? Experience is never limited, and it is never complete. It is an immense sensibility, a kind of huge spider-web of the finest silken threads, suspended in the chamber of consciousness, and catching every airborne particle in its tissue. It is the very atmosphere of the mind, and when the mind is imaginative, much more when it happens to be that of a man of genius, it takes to itself the faintest hints of life. It converts the very pulses of the air into revelations. The young lady living in a village has only to be a damsel upon whom nothing is lost to make it quite unfair, as it seems to me, to declare to her that she shall have nothing to say about the military. Greater miracles have been seen than that. Imagination assisting, she should speak the truth about some of these gentlemen. I remember an English novelist, a woman of genius, telling me that she was much commended for the impression she had managed to give in one of her tales of the nature and way of life of the French Protestant youth. She had been asked where she learned so much about this recondite being. She had been congratulated on her peculiar opportunities. These opportunities consisted in her having once in Paris, as she ascended a staircase, passed an open door where, in the household of a pasteur, some of the young Protestants were seated at table round a finished meal. The glimpse made a picture. It lasted only a moment, but that moment was experience. She had got her direct personal impression, and she turned out her type. She knew what youth was, and what Protestantism. She also had the advantage of having seen what it was to be French, so that she converted these ideas into a concrete image, and produced a reality. Above all, however, she was blessed with the faculty which, when you give it an inch, takes an ell, and which for the artist is a much greater source of strength than any accident of residence or of place in the social scale. The power to guess the unseen from the seen, to trace the implication of things, to judge the whole piece by the pattern, the condition of filling life in general so completely that you are well on your way to knowing any particular corner of it. This cluster of gifts may almost be said to constitute experience, and they occur in country and in town, and in the most differing stages of education. If experience consists of impressions, it may be said that impressions are experience, just as, have we not seen it, they are the very air we breathe. Therefore, if I should certainly say to a novice, write from experience and experience only, I should feel that this was rather a tantalizing monition, if I were not careful immediately to add, try to be one of the people on whom nothing is lost. I am far from intending by this to minimize the importance of exactness, of truth, of detail. One can speak best from one's own taste, and I may therefore venture to say that the air of reality, solidity of specification, seems to me to be the supreme virtue of a novel, the merit on which all its other merits, including that conscious moral purpose of which Mr. Besant speaks, helplessly and submissively depend. If it be not there, they are all as nothing. And if these be there, they owe their effect to the success with which the author has produced the illusion of life. The cultivation of this success, the study of this exquisite process, form, to my taste, the beginning and the end of the art of the novelist. They are his inspiration, his despair, his reward, his torment, his delight. It is here, in very truth, that he competes with life. It is here that he competes with his brother the painter in his attempt to render the look of things, the look that conveys their meaning, to catch the color, the relief, the expression, the surface, the substance of the human spectacle. It is in regard to this that Mr. Besant is well inspired when he bids him take notes. He cannot possibly take too many, he cannot possibly take enough. All life solicits him, and to render the simplest surface, to produce the most momentary illusion, is a very complicated business. His case would be easier, and the rule would be more exact, if Mr. Besant had been able to tell him what notes to take. But this, I fear, he can never learn in any manual. It is the business of his life. He has to take a great many in order to select a few. He has to work them up as he can. And even the guides and philosophers, who might have most to say to him, must leave him alone when it comes to the application of precepts, as we leave the painter in communion with his palette. That his characters must be clear in outline, as Mr. Besant says. He feels that down to his boots, but how he shall make them so is a secret between his good angel and himself. It would be absurdly simple if he could be taught that a great deal of description would make them so, or that, on the contrary, the absence of description and the cultivation of dialogue, or the absence of dialogue and the multiplication of incident, would rescue him from his difficulties. Nothing, for instance, is more possible than that he be of a turn of mind for which this odd, literal opposition of description and dialogue, incident and description, has little meaning and light. People often talk of these things as if they had a kind of internecine distinctness, instead of melting into each other at every breath, and being intimately associated parts of one general effort of expression. I cannot imagine composition existing in a series of blocks, nor conceive, in any novel worth discussing at all, of a passage of description that is not in its intention narrative, a passage of dialogue that is not in its intention descriptive, a touch of truth of any sort that does not partake of the nature of incident, or an incident that derives its interest from any other source than the general and only source of the success of a work of art, that of being illustrative. A novel is a living thing, all one and continuous, like any other organism, and in proportion as it lives will it be found, I think, that in each of the parts there is something of each of the other parts. The critic, who over the close texture of a finished work shall pretend to trace a geography of items, will mark some frontiers as artificial, I fear, as any that have been known to history. There is an old-fashioned distinction between the novel of character and the novel of incident, which must have cost many a smile to the intending fabulist who was keen about his work. It appears to me as little to the point as the equally celebrated distinction between the novel and the romance, to answer as little to any reality. There are bad novels and good novels, as there are bad pictures and good pictures, but that is the only distinction in which I see any meaning, and I can as little imagine speaking of a novel of character as I can imagine speaking of a picture of character. When one says picture, one says of character. When one says novel, one says of incident, and the terms may be transposed at will. What is character but the determination of incident? What is incident but the illustration of character? What is either a picture or a novel that is not of character? What else do we seek in it and find in it? It is an incident for a woman to stand up with her hand resting on a table and look out at you in a certain way. Or if it be not an incident, I think it will be hard to say what it is. At the same time, it is an expression of character. If you say you don't see it, character in that, allons donc! This is exactly what the artist, who has reasons of his own for thinking he does see it, undertakes to show you. When a young man makes up his mind that he has not faith enough after all to enter the church as he intended, that is an incident, though you may not hurry to the end of the chapter to see whether perhaps he doesn't change once more. I do not say that these are extraordinary or startling incidents. I do not pretend to estimate the degree of interest proceeding from them, for this will depend upon the skill of the painter. It sounds almost puerile to say that some incidents are intrinsically much more important than others, and I need not take this precaution after having professed my sympathy for the major ones, in remarking that the only classification of the novel that I can understand is into that which has life and that which has it not. End of Chapter 11, Part 1. Chapter 11, Part 2 of Partial Portraits by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Chapter 11, Part 2, The Art of Fiction. The novel and the romance, the novel of incident and that of character. These clumsy separations appear to me to have been made by critics and readers for their own convenience, and to help them out of some of their occasional queer predicaments, but to have little reality or interest for the producer, from whose point of view it is of course that we are attempting to consider the art of fiction. The case is the same with another shadowy category which Mr. Besant apparently is disposed to set up, that of the modern English novel, unless indeed it be that in this matter he has fallen into an accidental confusion of standpoints. It is not quite clear whether he intends the remarks in which he alludes to it to be didactic or historical. It is as difficult to suppose a person intending to write a modern English as to suppose him writing an ancient English novel. That is a label which begs the question. One writes the novel, one paints the picture, of one's language and of one's time, and calling it modern English will not, alas, make the difficult task any easier. No more, unfortunately, will calling this or that work of one's fellow artist a romance, unless it be, of course, simply for the pleasantness of the thing, as for instance when Hawthorne gave this heading to his story of Blithedale. The French, who have brought the theory of fiction to remarkable completeness, have but one name for the novel, and have not attempted smaller things in it, that I can see, for that. I can think of no obligation to which the romancer would not be held equally with the novelist. The standard of execution is equally high for each. Of course it is of execution that we are talking, that being the only point of a novel that is open to contention. This is perhaps too often lost sight of, only to produce interminable confusions and cross purposes. We must grant the artist his subject, his idea, his donné. Our criticism is applied only to what he makes of it. Naturally, I do not mean that we are bound to like it or find it interesting. In case we do not, our course is perfectly simple: to let it alone. We may believe that of a certain idea even the most sincere novelist can make nothing at all, and the event may perfectly justify our belief. But the failure will have been a failure to execute, and it is in the execution that the fatal weakness is recorded. If we pretend to respect the artist at all, we must allow him his freedom of choice in the face, in particular cases, of innumerable presumptions that the choice will not fructify. Art derives a considerable part of its beneficial exercise from flying in the face of presumptions, and some of the most interesting experiments of which it is capable are hidden in the bosom of common things. Gustave Flaubert has written a story about the devotion of a servant girl to a parrot, and the production, highly finished as it is, cannot on the whole be called a success. We are perfectly free to find it flat, but I think it might have been interesting, and I, for my part, am extremely glad he should have written it. It is a contribution to our knowledge of what can be done, or what cannot. Ivan Turgenieff has written a tale about a deaf and dumb serf and a lapdog, and the thing is touching, loving, a little masterpiece. He struck the note of life where Gustave Flaubert missed it. He flew in the face of a presumption, and achieved a victory. Nothing, of course, will ever take the place of the good old fashion of liking a work of art, or not liking it. The most improved criticism will not abolish that primitive, that ultimate test. I mention this to guard myself from the accusation of intimating that the idea, the subject of a novel or a picture, does not matter. It matters, to my sense, in the highest degree, and if I might put up a prayer, it would be that artists should select none but the richest. Some, as I have already hastened to admit, are much more remunerative than others, and it would be a world happily arranged in which persons intending to treat them should be exempt from confusions and mistakes. This fortunate condition will arrive only, I fear, on the same day that critics become purged from error. Meanwhile, I repeat, we do not judge the artist with fairness unless we say to him, "Oh, I grant you your starting point," because if I did not, I should seem to prescribe to you, and heaven forbid I should take that responsibility. If I pretend to tell you what you must not take, you will call upon me to tell you then what you must take, in which case I shall be prettily caught. Moreover, it isn't till I have accepted your data that I can begin to measure you. I have the standard, the pitch. I have no right to tamper with your flute and then criticize your music. Of course, I may not care for your idea at all. I may think it silly, or stale, or unclean, in which case I wash my hands of you altogether. I may content myself with believing that you will not have succeeded in being interesting, but I shall, of course, not attempt to demonstrate it, and you will be as indifferent to me as I am to you. I needn't remind you that there are all sorts of tastes. Who can know it better? Some people, for excellent reasons, don't like to read about carpenters. Others, for reasons even better, don't like to read about courtesans. Many object to Americans. Others, I believe they are mainly editors and publishers, won't look at Italians. Some readers don't like quiet subjects. Others don't like bustling ones. Some enjoy a complete illusion. Others the consciousness of large concessions. They choose their novels accordingly, and if they don't care about your idea, they won't, a fortiori, care about your treatment. So that it comes back very quickly, as I have said, to the liking. In spite of Monsieur Zola, who reasons less powerfully than he represents, and who will not reconcile himself to this absoluteness of taste, thinking that there are certain things that people ought to like, and that they can be made to like. I am quite at a loss to imagine anything, at any rate in this matter of fiction, that people ought to like or to dislike. Selection will be sure to take care of itself, for it has a constant motive behind it. That motive is simply experience. As people feel life, so they will feel the art that is most closely related to it. This closeness of relation is what we should never forget in talking of the effort of the novel. Many people speak of it as a factitious, artificial form, a product of ingenuity, the business of which is to alter and arrange the things that surround us, to translate them into conventional, traditional molds. This, however, is a view of the matter which carries us but a very short way, condemns the art to an eternal repetition of a few familiar clichés, cuts short its development, and leads us straight up to a dead wall. Catching the very note and trick, the strange irregular rhythm of life, that is the attempt whose strenuous force keeps fiction upon her feet. In proportion as in what she offers us we see life without rearrangement, do we feel that we are touching the truth. In proportion as we see it with rearrangement, do we feel that we are being put off with a substitute, a compromise, and convention. It is not uncommon to hear an extraordinary assurance of remark in regard to this matter of rearranging, which is often spoken of as if it were the last word of art. Mr. Besant seems to me in danger of falling into the great error with his rather unguarded talk about selection. Art is essentially selection, but it is a selection whose main care is to be typical, to be inclusive. For many people art means rose-colored window panes, and selection means picking a bouquet for Mrs. Grundy. They will tell you glibly that artistic considerations have nothing to do with the disagreeable, with the ugly. They will rattle off shallow commonplaces about the province of art and the limits of art, till you are moved to some wonder in return as to the province and the limits of ignorance. It appears to me that no one can ever have made a seriously artistic attempt without becoming conscious of an immense increase, a kind of revelation of freedom. One perceives in that case, by the light of a heavenly ray, that the province of art is all life, all feeling, all observation, all vision. As Mr. Besant so justly intimates, it is all experience. That is a sufficient answer to those who maintain that it must not touch the sad things of life, who stick into its divine unconscious bosom little prohibitory inscriptions on the end of sticks, such as we see in public gardens. It is forbidden to walk on the grass. It is forbidden to touch the flowers. It is not allowed to introduce dogs or to remain after dark. It is requested to keep to the right. The young aspirant in the line of fiction, whom we continue to imagine, will do nothing without taste, for in that case his freedom would be of little use to him. But the first advantage of his taste will be to reveal to him the absurdity of the little sticks and tickets. If he have taste, I must add, of course he will have ingenuity, and my disrespectful reference to that quality just now was not meant to imply that it is useless in fiction. But it is only a secondary aid. The first is a capacity for receiving straight impressions. Mr. Besant has some remarks on the question of the story, which I shall not attempt to criticize, though they seem to me to contain a singular ambiguity, because I do not think I understand them. I cannot see what is meant by talking as if there were a part of a novel which is the story, and part of it which for mystical reasons is not, unless indeed the distinction be made in a sense in which it is difficult to suppose that anyone should attempt to convey anything. The story, if it represents anything, represents the subject, the idea, the donné of the novel. And there is surely no school (Mr. Besant speaks of a school) which urges that a novel should be all treatment and no subject. There must assuredly be something to treat. Every school is intimately conscious of that. This sense of the story being the idea, the starting point of the novel, is the only one that I see in which it can be spoken of as something different from its organic whole. And since, in proportion as the work is successful, the idea permeates and penetrates it, informs and animates it, so that every word and every punctuation point contribute directly to the expression, in that proportion do we lose our sense of the story being a blade which may be drawn more or less out of its sheath. The story and the novel, the idea and the form, are the needle and thread, and I never heard of a guild of tailors who recommended the use of the thread without the needle, or the needle without the thread. Mr. Besant is not the only critic who may be observed to have spoken as if there were certain things in life which constitute stories, and certain others which do not. I find the same odd implication in an entertaining article in the Pall Mall Gazette, devoted, as it happens, to Mr. Besant's lecture. The story is the thing, says this graceful writer, as if with a tone of opposition to some other idea. I should think it was, as every painter who, as the time for sending in his picture looms in the distance, finds himself still in quest of a subject, as every belated artist not fixed upon his theme will heartily agree. There are some subjects which speak to us, and others which do not. But he would be a clever man who should undertake to give a rule, an index expurgatorius, by which the story and the no story should be known apart. It is impossible, to me at least, to imagine any such rule which shall not be altogether arbitrary. The writer in the Pall Mall opposes the delightful, so I suppose, novel of Margot la Balafré to certain tales in which Bostonian nymphs appear to have rejected English dukes for psychological reasons. I am not acquainted with the romance just designated, and can scarcely forgive the Pall Mall critic for not mentioning the name of the author. But the title appears to refer to a lady who may have received a scar in some heroic adventure. I am inconsolable at not being acquainted with this episode, but am utterly at a loss to see why it is a story when the rejection or acceptance of a duke is not, and why a reason, psychological or other, is not a subject when a cicatrix is. They are all particles of the multitudinous life with which the novel deals, and surely no dogma which pretends to make it lawful to touch the one and unlawful to touch the other will stand for a moment on its feet. It is the special picture that must stand or fall, according as it seem to possess truth or to lack it. Mr. Besant does not, to my sense, light up the subject by intimating that a story must, under penalty of not being a story, consist of adventures. Why of adventures more than of green spectacles? He mentions a category of impossible things, and among them he places fiction without adventure. Why without adventure, more than without matrimony, or celibacy, or parturition, or cholera, or hydropathy, or Jansenism? This seems to me to bring the novel back to the hapless little rôle of being an artificial, ingenious thing, bring it down from its large, free character of an immense and exquisite correspondence with life. And what is adventure when it comes to that, and by what sign is the listening pupil to recognize it? It is an adventure, an immense one, for me to write this little article, and for a Bostonian nymph to reject an English duke is an adventure only less stirring, I should say, than for an English duke to be rejected by a Bostonian nymph. I see dramas within dramas in that, and innumerable points of view. A psychological reason is, to my imagination, an object adorably pictorial. To catch the tint of its complexion, I feel as if that idea might inspire one to Titianesque efforts. There are few things more exciting to me, in short, than a psychological reason, and yet, I protest, the novel seems to me the most magnificent form of art. I have just been reading at the same time the delightful story of Treasure Island by Mr. Robert Louis Stevenson, and, in a manner less consecutive, the last tale from M. Edmond de Goncourt, which is entitled Chérie. One of these works treats of murders, mysteries, islands of dreadful renown, hairbreadth escapes, miraculous coincidences, and buried doubloons. The other treats of a little French girl who lived in a fine house in Paris and died of wounded sensibility because no one would marry her. I call Treasure Island delightful because it appears to me to have succeeded wonderfully in what it attempts, and I venture to bestow no epithet upon Chérie, which strikes me as having failed deplorably in what it attempts, that is, in tracing the development of the moral consciousness of a child. But one of these productions strikes me as exactly as much of a novel as the other, and as having a story quite as much. The moral consciousness of a child is as much a part of life as the islands of the Spanish Main, and the one sort of geography seems to me to have those surprises of which Mr. Besant speaks quite as much as the other. For myself, since it comes back in the last resort, as I say, to the preference of the individual, the picture of the child's experience has the advantage that I can, at successive steps, an immense luxury near to the sensual pleasure of which Mr. Besant's critic in the Pall Mall speaks, say yes or no, as it may be, to what the artist puts before me. I have been a child, in fact, but I have been on a quest for a buried treasure only in supposition, and it is a simple accident that with M. de Goncourt I should have for the most part to say no. With George Eliot, when she painted that country with a far other intelligence, I always said yes. The most interesting part of Mr. Besant's lecture is unfortunately the briefest passage, his very cursory allusion to the conscious moral purpose of the novel. Here again, it is not very clear whether he be recording a fact or laying down a principle. It is a great pity that in the latter case he should not have developed his idea. This branch of the subject is of immense importance, and Mr. Besant's few words point to considerations of the widest reach, not to be lightly disposed of. He will have treated the art of fiction but superficially who is not prepared to go every inch of the way that these considerations will carry him. It is for this reason that at the beginning of these remarks I was careful to notify the reader that my reflections on so large a theme have no pretension to be exhaustive. Like Mr. Besant, I have left the question of the morality of the novel till the last, and at the last I find I have used up my space. It is a question surrounded with difficulties, as witness the very first that meets us, in the form of a definite question, on the threshold. Vagueness in such a discussion is fatal. And what is the meaning of your morality and your conscious moral purpose? Will you not define your terms and explain how, a novel being a picture can be either moral or immoral? You wish to paint a moral picture, or carve a moral statue. Will you not tell us how you would set about it? We are discussing the art of fiction. Questions of art are questions, in the widest sense, of execution. Questions of morality are quite another affair. And will you not let us see how it is that you find it so easy to mix them up? These things are so clear to Mr. Besant that he has deduced from them a law which he sees embodied in English fiction, and which is a truly admirable thing and a great cause for congratulation. It is a great cause for congratulation indeed, when such thorny problems become as smooth as silk. I may add that in so far as Mr. Besant perceives that in point of fact English fiction has addressed itself preponderantly to these delicate questions, he will appear to many people to have made a vain discovery. They will have been positively struck, on the contrary, with the moral timidity of the usual English novelist, with his or with her aversion to face the difficulties with which on every side the treatment of reality bristles. He is apt to be extremely shy, whereas the picture that Mr. Besant draws is a picture of boldness, and the sign of his work, for the most part, is a cautious silence on certain subjects. In the English novel, by which of course I mean the American as well, more than in any other, there is a traditional difference between that which people know and that which they agree to admit that they know, that which they see and that which they speak of, that which they feel to be a part of life and that which they allow to enter into literature. There is the great difference, in short, between what they talk of in conversation and what they talk of in print. The essence of moral energy is to survey the whole field, and I should directly reverse Mr. Besant's remark, and say not that the English novel has a purpose, but that it has a diffidence. To what degree a purpose in a work of art is a source of corruption, I shall not attempt to inquire. The one that seems to me least dangerous is the purpose of making a perfect work. As for our novel, I may say lastly on this score that as we find it in England today, it strikes me as addressed in a large degree to young people, and that this in itself constitutes a presumption that it will be rather shy. There are certain things which it is generally agreed not to discuss, not even to mention before young people. That is very well, but the absence of discussion is not a symptom of the moral passion. The purpose of the English novel, a truly admirable thing and a great cause for congratulation, strikes me, therefore, as rather negative. There is one point at which the moral sense and the artistic sense lie very near together. That is, in the light of the very obvious truth that the deepest quality of a work of art will always be the quality of the mind of the producer. In proportion as that intelligence is fine, will the novel, the picture, the statue partake of the substance of beauty and truth. To be constituted of such elements is, to my vision, to have purpose enough. No good novel will ever proceed from a superficial mind. That seems to me an axiom which, for the artist in fiction, will cover all needful moral ground. If the youthful aspirant take it to heart, it will illuminate for him many of the mysteries of purpose. There are many other useful things that might be said to him, but I have come to the end of my article, and can only touch them as I pass. The critic in the Pall Mall Gazette, whom I have already quoted, draws attention to the danger, in speaking of the art of fiction, of generalizing. The danger that he has in mind is rather, I imagine, that of particularizing, for there are some comprehensive remarks which, in addition to those embodied in Mr. Besant's suggestive lecture, might, without fear of misleading him, be addressed to the ingenuous student. I should remind him first of the magnificence of the form that is open to him, which offers to sight so few restrictions and such innumerable opportunities. The other arts, in comparison, appear confined and hampered. The various conditions under which they are exercised are so rigid and definite. But the only condition that I can think of attaching to the composition of the novel is, as I have already said, that it be sincere. This freedom is a splendid privilege, and the first lesson of the young novelist is to learn to be worthy of it. Enjoy it as it deserves, I should say to him. Take possession of it, explore it to its utmost extent, publish it, rejoice in it. All life belongs to you, and do not listen either to those who would shut you up into corners of it and tell you that it is only here and there that art inhabits, or to those who would persuade you that this heavenly messenger wings her way outside of life altogether, breathing a superfine air and turning away her head from the truth of things. There is no impression of life, no manner of seeing it and feeling it, to which the plan of the novelist may not offer a place. You have only to remember that talents so dissimilar as those of Alexander Dumas and Jane Austen, Charles Dickens and Gustave Flaubert, have worked in this field with equal glory. Do not think too much about optimism and pessimism. Try and catch the color of life itself. In France today we see a prodigious effort, that of Émile Zola, to whose solid and serious work no explorer of the capacity of the novel can allude without respect. We see an extraordinary effort, vitiated by a spirit of pessimism on a narrow basis. Monsieur Zola is magnificent, but he strikes an English reader as ignorant. He has an air of working in the dark. If he had as much light as energy, his results would be of the highest value. As for the aberrations of a shallow optimism, the ground of English fiction especially is strewn with their brittle particles as with broken glass. If you must indulge in conclusions, let them have the taste of a wide knowledge. Remember that your first duty is to be as complete as possible, to make as perfect a work. Be generous and delicate, and pursue the prize. 1884. End of Chapter 11, Part 2, The Art of Fiction. End of Partial Portraits by Henry James.